So, adoption of minutes. Councillor Alameda.
Move that the minutes of the Committee of the Whole for November 19th, 2024 be adopted.
The seconder, Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? All those in favor of adopting the minutes? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. We have no delegations that I'm aware of, no correspondence, and we have reports for decision. The library budget request is on. Go ahead, Ms. Burbank.
Good afternoon.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me on your agenda today. I'm here representing the library. My name is Rebecca Burbank. I'm the Chief Librarian at the Public Library. And I'm thankful to be able to say I'm here with the board chair as well, Patrick Brabazon, with us from the library. And of course, I'm going to share with you the 2025 library budget, but I did want to first take a quick moment and share some successes and some stories from the past year. And also start with some gratitude. It is with the support of local governments, the city and the regional district, that our staff are able to do their amazing work and have such a huge impact in our community. I wanted to first start out and talk about accessibility. It's something that libraries talk a lot about. A lot of the work that we do is aimed at improving access for people to library resources. And last year, we have a new framework that's helping us a bit more accountability through the Accessibility Act here in BC. So we have a new accessibility plan that the library is working within. Some of the ongoing services and programs and resources that the library provides, which are accessibility or improve accessibility in the community, are things like our large print collection. We've got a variety of audio collections. We also lend technology. The image on the screen there is of a Victor reader, which is an accessible device which helps people continue to listen to books, even if they have a print disability. Maybe they can't lift a physical book, maybe they can't turn pages, manipulate them in that way, or maybe they have low vision. We lend devices which enable people to continue reading. One of the programs that we ran several times in the past year that we were quite proud of was Story Hour with an ASL interpreter. This was immensely impactful for the families and the kids in town who use ASL in their day-to-day lives. We're very thankful to be able to bring this forward to the community with financial support from the province. It's much more expensive to have that professional support of an ASL interpreter in a program, and that provincial funding helped us to make that happen here in town. One of the other things that we offer to improve accessibility is one-on-one tech support for people in the community. So people who may have an iPad, a computer, a new Kindle that they aren't quite sure how to use fully, they can come in and they can sit down with our staff and get a bit of one-on-one support at their own pace so that they can use their own devices and access library resources on their own time. I also wanted to talk a bit about how libraries make life more affordable. Affordability is obviously a key issue, and it's one that libraries do help to alleviate by providing services like our after-school programming, where parents can and families can rely on these programs week in, week out, without having to make that decision about, are we going to do an after-school program or a sports program this fall? We're there and we're open and free to the end user, which is a huge benefit to libraries. For adults, we also offer tech support, courses, workshops, memoir writing courses, all kinds of great activities, recreational and educational. And And we offer home delivery service. So for those patrons who are not able to come into the library any longer, we provide with volunteer support. We've got volunteer drivers that bring materials to people's houses once a month. And we also provide, obviously, ebooks and audiobooks, and I wanted to tell you a little bit more about that. Our digital library is really what we use to support our patrons when they're not within our walls. So they have access to our amazing digital library, which has just continued to grow over the years. During the pandemic, we saw the use of digital resources going up, and it's just continued to climb. The year-to-date use of digital collections, and this was just to the end of September, represented a 19% rise over last year. And so this is material like ebooks, e-audiobooks, e-magazines. I've also highlighted Mango here, which is a language learning resource, and we've recently added PressReader, which provides 5,000 digital newspapers from over 100 countries around the world. And what this means is that with my library card, I can access language learning, newspapers, ebooks, e-audiobooks remotely. So I could do it on the ferry. Most of them offer an option to download the content as well. So I could continue to use that content even when I don't have data or Wi-Fi access, which is great in a remote location. I'd like to give you a quick snapshot of the library card distribution across the region. The city makes up the largest portion of that, 68% of our library cards. I do like to give a little caveat on this breakdown that depending on the household, not everyone has a library card for each person in their households. So this is the number of cards that we have. It might not reflect the number of people that we see using the library. So one family might have just one card they use for the whole family. Jumping into the 2025 proposed budget, looking at the library's revenue sources, I like to highlight that the library receives funding from the province, our local governments. We also generate operational revenue, and you'll see also a transfer from reserve listed in this budget. And I do also want to take a moment here to just say thanks to our council. The advocacy work that our council and our local regional district have done over the years has made an impact on our provincial funding. The level of funding we see from the province is about 5% of our total budget. That number has been static since 2009. The city and the regional district have been strong in advocating for that. In areas like AVICC, and then it goes forward to UBCM. So I just wanted to say another thank you on that front because it is important work, and it's important that the province hear from the municipalities that the funding needs to be brought up. I also want to just highlight one little bright spot here in operations. Our operational revenue is expected to go up by about 43% next year, and that's largely room bookings. Not a huge dollar amount, but definitely something that's climbing. Looking at the share of the total revenue budget, the city makes up 60% of our total revenue. Carthat Regional District is 27%. That's the orange section there. And the provincial funding is at 5%, as I mentioned earlier. Sneak peek at the operating expense. You'll see that we are facing increased costs. I don't think we're alone in this at all. Two big areas we're seeing a jump in our facilities and then also the fees, memberships, and advertising. The fees, membership, and advertising cost increase. We're seeing a big jump in our audit, and that is, again, not unique to our organization, but it does end up reflecting in the budget for next year. We do also have a rise in facilities cost, and this comes from an increase to our lease rate and janitorial and maintenance costs. Looking at the total expense budget, labor makes up 61% of our expenses, and facilities are 23% of our total expense. And on this last slide, I'm just highlighting the total grant requests from both local governments, operating and capital. The total request to the city is $1,077,820 and represents a 6.7% increase for 2024. Again, I want to say thank you for having me in today to talk about the library. Through the chair, I would welcome any questions.
Looking around. So first off, on behalf of council, thanks for coming. And I want to reiterate that all of us think that the provincial government particularly should step up and provide more of the cost of operating libraries, because they are actually a benefit to everybody in the province. You do great work, and it'd be nice if the province stepped up and contributed the money so we didn't have to keep asking the local taxpayers for more. But as for what the library board and you are doing, thank you very much. And thank you for your report. I'll just, we always have questions. So Councillor Elliott, you have a question.
Thank you. So I love hearing the highlights of what we've been doing for the year. Those always make me happy to hear those. I have a son who loves the library, goes there quite a bit. My questions are, does the budget in the report include any in-kind grants that the city provides to the library? And are there some in-kind grants?
There is, I think in the past few years, and perhaps your chief financial officer, or there are no explicit in-kind grants in this budget. But the work done by the city on behalf of the library, contracted by the library, is more explicit in this budget than it has been in the past.
Okay, thank you. Second question, is there provincially a legal structure that decides what services could have to be free and which ones don't have to be free? And just could you let me know a little bit about that?
For services at the library, those aren't prescribed. So core services at the library, what's mandated as library services. There are some which are described under the grants that are provided by the province, but the amount of funding they provide is so small that it doesn't quite, doesn't cover all of the costs of those core services.
Okay. For example, if there were some after-school programs and there needed to be a minimal fee rather than free for service, that is not prescribed legally anywhere. It's just a kind of a decision made. I'm just asking the question, not that I want that, but.
Those would be at the board level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Burbank. I think my love of libraries goes right back to when I was a kid, and I'd be surprised if any of us don't really have those kind of stories. A couple of questions. Are you still having reading to dogs?
I'm not sure the last time we have hosted that program was, but it has been one of my favorites over the years.
I'm just wondering if, I just think that's such a great program, great story. The increased costs, I'm wondering if that has to do with our adjustment of our lease rate bylaws for the city to conform them more to market, the market basically that, as it's been explained to us by our director of all that stuff. Maybe that's a question for staff, actually. That's what I would guess, but I'm just wondering if I'm guessing right.
I can speak to part of that.
Oh, can you?
Facilities cost is, it's about 14% going into 2025. The lease rate and the janitorial and maintenance service are a significant part of that change.
Okay. Yeah, another one?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. To do with the money coming from the province, and I was involved over the years many times in trying to advocate, along with many, many other municipalities. Sometimes, you know, a dozen of us would be active together at UBCM. Two, not much available yet, but if you give up, you lose the battle for sure. So we're not going to give up ever, I hope, on that. I think you mentioned that there was a little more money coming from the province. Is that in terms of grants, or is there really anything more substantial coming? Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? Don't see any. So thanks for your report, and we'll be talking about the budget over the next 2 months. Councillor Elliott.
I guess I think it might be to our own staff, possibly. My question was whether there's potential to use in-kind grants and whether we've been using our budget of in-kind grants to date for offsetting some of the lease and maintenance costs, because I think that's a back and forth, is it?
Through the chair, with the library operation, it's a shared cost. And so when we use in kind, what would happen is the cost would be smaller that we would share, and the city residents would pay more than counterparts. So we do our best to cost at actual costs, so that when we divide up the costs based on the, I believe it's based on assessed value, that it's the full cost. If we were to start doing grants in aid and grants in kind, then what we would have is, at the end of the day, city taxpayers paying more. And it's not that it's not an impossibility, it's just explaining why it's being done the way it has been done.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if I might add, is something I'd like to see in 2025 is a look at our relationship with the library and see if there's a different way of structuring things going forward overall, and how they work as a de facto service on our behalf. And there are other models out there, and so I'm hoping in 2025 that we might have a chance to sit down and see if there are other ways of structuring agreements that provide a different kind of operating working relationship. So just some thoughts going forward that might support a different kind of working relationship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is probably the one everybody's been waiting for. It's draft 1 of the 2025 5-year financial plan. Ms. Dennison.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I will be presenting draft 1 of the 2025 5-year financial plan. This report is the starting point for budget deliberations for the 2025 5-year financial plan bylaw, which must be adopted before May 15th next year. As directed by Council, draft 1 reflects no change to city service levels, representing the base budget where status quo is maintained. This also includes a focus on Council's strategic priorities. The city services, as you all know, are quite broad, and they can be categorized into 2 main categories, including core services and discretionary services. Core services are those that are essential to public health and safety. For the city, these include water, wastewater services, public transportation, roads, protective services, planning and development, building regulation, bylaw enforcement, the airport, and the administrative and financial support required to deliver these services. The city also provides discretionary services which further enhance the quality of life for residents. For the city, these are the parks, recreation, culture, a campground, harbors, and solid waste collection. Beyond these discretionary and core services, the city also supports local community organizations through contribution agreements and grants. And finally, in addition to this, the city runs and fully owns the Powell River Community Forest Corporation. And this corporation generates dividends to the city, which have been used for city capital projects and granted to community organizations for their projects. So this is the scope of the city services that are being funded in the financial plan. And so draft 1 really outlines the investment required to maintain these services. So the city costs can be divided into 2 types of costs, as we've talked about in the past, operating and capital. And we'll start with operating, where there are regular operating costs and special operating costs. Regular operating costs are those that are required to operate the city services and are mainly comprised of labor at about 56%. And most of the labor costs are tied to 3 different collective agreements, which are all currently under negotiation. Amortization at 12% is the second highest operating cost for the city. And this report also outlines other cost pressures, including 10% increase to insurance, 12% increase to tipping fees, and an 8% increase in contribution agreements with nonprofit organizations. Please note that there are no change requests for regular operating costs in draft 1. Now, the special operating costs, we call these special projects. These are one-time operational projects such as feasibility studies or a master plan. They don't happen every year, but they're not capital. Draft 1 includes $3.2 million in special projects in 2025, including $1 million in new project or project increase requests. Appendix B details a full listing of the capital projects and the new requests. The most notable new project is $270,000 for a building's master plan to provide a replacement and/or major upgrade strategy to address the city's aged buildings, specifically focusing on the recreation complex, the fire hall, city hall, and the public's workyard. These are the most significant buildings that require replacement or major upgrade, shown in the building age chart on the screen. These buildings are between 50 and 65 years old and have cost $27 million over their lifetime. They are past their useful lives, but there are no savings to replace these buildings. Having an assessment of these buildings together is strategic because it will provide more efficient replacement and/or major upgrade options, such as the possibility of combining certain service buildings to maximize land use and to build most cost effectively. Until the building's master plan is completed, staff recommend starting to build reserves for these projects since there are no funds currently saved for the replacement or major upgrade for these buildings. And I will say other than the aquatic center roof and the electrical system. The replacement of these buildings has not been estimated for draft 1 capital plan because until the study is completed, it's much too difficult to estimate how much and when it would cost to upgrade this aged infrastructure. However, once the plan is complete, that plan could be used to identify the projects required during 2026 budget deliberations. Moving on to capital costs, there are $37 million in capital costs planned for 2025, with $6.3 million in new requests or increases. Appendix C provides a detailed listing of the capital projects, including descriptions for new requests. I will make one note that the aquatic roof project was budgeted for $2.9 million of funding in 2025 from the Community Forest Reserve. And draft 1 proposes this project being funded from the Growing Communities Fund for the 2025 portion instead, because we only have 4 more years to use up the Growing Community Fund, and it is strategic to try to use it on a large project from a grant reporting perspective. Whereas there's no expiry to the Community Forest Reserve. So staff have discussed this with the president of the Community Forest Board, that as discussed previously, the Community Forest might further fund the aquatic roof in 2025. And now through discussions, it's more strategic to save the Community Forest funds and use the Growing Community funds for the pool roof. I will also make a note that the only project proposed for 2025 for Community Forest funding are the bus shelters for $35,000 at the Town Center Mall. And so those have been included. Now, the 2025 transfer to capital reserves, this is the savings that the city sets aside for the current and future capital costs. Similar to most BC municipalities, the city has not made sufficient contributions to the reserves over previous decades to afford the replacement of its infrastructure. Much of the city's infrastructure was constructed between 1955 and 1975 and has a useful life of 65 years. This results in the infrastructure requiring major improvements or replacement between 2020 and 2040. The city is therefore at a time when much of the infrastructure is due for major capital improvements with no reserve savings for many of these costs. The capital savings versus reserve chart shows that the total capital cost over the next 5 years is 62 million, and the total capital saving is as well as 62 million. And again, this does not include any future costs to upgrade those 4 key buildings mentioned earlier. Looking at the long term, the reserve forecast chart projects 170 million capital deficit in the next 100 years. And this is assuming that we maintain the same capital contribution in 2025 for the next 100 years. So that it's a high level graph with lots of estimates, but it tries to distill a lot of asset management information into one graph. So in order to maintain service levels, the options will be to continually increase the capital savings, increase user fees, increase debt, and or increase external grants. The city also has operating reserves, and these are to save for future non-capital costs. The most significant operating reserve is the RCMP reserve. Draft 1 includes an annual $400,000 transfer to the RCMP reserve, which is consistent with 2024. This reserve would fund the transition from 70% to 90% of city funding for the RCMP services when the city reaches a census population of 15,000. It would also fund the cost to investigate a major crime in the city, should one occur. As far as borrowing, the city's forecasted long-term debt is shown on this chart with a balance of 35 million owing in 2025. 77% of this relates to the treatment plant, the city's largest project in history. So that is why that is a large part of the balance. The 2025 interest cost is 1.2 million and the principal is 900,000 for a total debt-related payment of 2.2 million. 73% of this relates to the treatment plant. I'll note that the 7.5 million in debt for the new fire hall has been removed until further direction is received for the new facility. So given the cost pressures that have been covered and mainly the infrastructure funding gap, the draft 1 property tax levy increase is proposed at 11.4%. This chart summarizes the 2025 proposed property tax increases for 10 comparable communities, noting that the average is proposed at 9%. The City of Powell River is not alone in the need to increase property taxes to maintain service levels. These communities have similar cost drivers with aged infrastructure and insufficient capital savings as the main reason for property tax increases. This graph on the screen shows the proportion of property tax that is for current operating costs versus reserve contributions. Most communities can no longer cut reserve contributions to avoid property tax increases because the infrastructure upgrades are immediate and no longer an issue for future 5-year plans. So as you know, we need to balance our budget and so over a 5-year plan. So the city cannot operate at a deficit. So anything within that 5-year plans, we have to be able to fund. When property taxes are cut without a decrease to services, it is generally the transfer to reserves that gets cut, since these savings are not needed until the future. This approach of undersaving for several years can result in future taxpayers needing to make up for savings that did not occur in earlier years. As you know, there are assumptions built into the financial plan, and the report covers them in more detail, but I'll quickly summarize that the main assumption was to maintain current service levels with a focus on council's strategic priorities. The second is that it builds in the maximum amount of contribution from the Cathett Regional District under the funding service agreement for the complex. That is an assumption that's built in here. So should the city receive less than the maximum amount, then we would need to increase property taxes to offset that loss in revenue. So that is an assumption that was built in based on direction from council in previous meetings. The assumption for discretionary spending to support nonprofits is based on the 2024 5-year financial bylaw. The total grant support is, back up here, 1.5 million, and a total permissive tax exemption equating to $650,000 shift in property taxes to the remaining taxpayers. The total impact for an average single-family dwelling is $220. Next, the community forest grants to nonprofit organizations is discretionary spending, and it fluctuates from year to year. And so as a result of that, it is set directly by council. Draft 1 dedicates the estimated dividend in 2025 of $3 million to saving for the recreation center replacement and the $35,000 for the transit shelters. Though there is no current cost estimate for the recreation center replacement or major upgrade, there are no funds saved yet. So starting to save now will result in higher interest earned on the reserve, and it'll spread out the property tax increase required to replace or upgrade the recreation center. So council may direct the Powell River Community Forest dividend or a portion of it to be granted to nonprofits for capital projects. Refer to the chart on page 27 and on the screen for the increase to property tax required for various possible grant amounts. So for example, if $270,000 of community forest grants to nonprofits are directed to be included in draft 2, then there would be an extra 1% increase in property taxes. This would equate to a 12.4% increase to the property tax levy, or a $29 increase for an average single-family dwelling. Now, this is because property tax funds the same capital projects that the Community Forest Reserve funds for the city. So when the community forest funds are granted to externally, the property taxes must then increase to fund the capital projects that would have been funded by the Community Forest Reserve. The next assumption is the water utility fee rates directed by the Waterworks Regulation and Rates Bylaw need to be renewed for 2025. The current bylaw prescribed increases of 4%, 5%, and 4% in the past 3 years, respectively. These previous increases were required to make up for prior years with little to no increases to the water utility fee. A 4% annual increase to this fee is being proposed for 2025, 2026, and 2027 to continue to address the insufficient water capital savings. The final assumption is that all grants provided to the city for city services, including the Growing Community Fund and the Canada Community Fund, are used for city costs. So should council direct staff to use these funds to provide additional support to the Cathet Regional District for services, then the property tax levy would increase because these funds are fully dedicated to support the capital plan. The proposed 2025 property tax increase of 11.4% would result in an estimated $294 property tax increase for an average single-family dwelling and $1,003 for an average business. These estimates are based on the 2024 assessment rule, and so they're very high-level contextual estimates provided at this point. In January 2025, we will receive the completed 2025 assessment roll. So I caution that these are just for contextual purposes. There are risks to every financial plan, and I would say the largest risk to this financial budget deliberation season is that around the major industry. With the mill closure in 2023, it is uncertain, it is unknown in January what the value and class will be for that property. And of course, it has major implications on all the taxpayers. So after that revised rule or the completed rule is published, staff will come forward with a comprehensive report on the completed 2025 assessment roll, including any impacts that may be from any changes around the major industry property. So to summarize and wrap it all up, Draft 1 proposes a property tax increase of 11.4% to maintain current service levels. This increase is mainly to address the infrastructure funding gap within the next 5 years. There are recommended options provided just to aid council in discussion. The only recommendation that staff would ultimately need is around the water rates and regulations bylaw, which has expired. So it would need to be renewed for 2025. I'll now conclude the presentation and thank you for your time. We do have the staff virtually here to answer questions. Of course, this budget is something that I present, but I do want to take a moment to thank the whole team that was a part of putting this together. And it was an incredible amount of work from a lot of people on the team. So they're on the line should you have questions, and I'll be sitting at the desk here to help field the questions and guide that discussion should you need staff's assistance. Thank you for your time.
Right earlier today, and I'm sure everybody has questions, so I'm just going to start with Councillor Isaacson and go around the table, give everybody a chance to ask two questions, one and another one, and then go to the next person, and we keep going round and round until it's time to go home.
Thank you. First question, this is the first time that council has an opportunity to digest the budget as well as the public. Could you just clarify for us as well as the public what the steps are moving forward from here so that we have a sense of how urgent amendments need to be given to you in order to prepare draft 2 and when that will fit into the complete assessment role happening? We're not expected to amend the entire budget tonight and be done with it. Just making sure that my assumption is correct.
Through the chair, thank you. And you know what, there was a next steps portion in the report and I had planned to touch on it and I skipped right over it. So for next steps, this is draft 1. It's the initial discussion. Following this, council will give direction for draft 2, which will be presented in February. But between now and February, we'll be hosting an open house in January. And that'll be a time to receive comments from the public. And we are launching our Balancing Act survey this week and our open book, which is more of an interactive visual for the budget. At the beginning of January, as I mentioned, we'll have the property assessment report, and that will happen before the open house, so that at the open house, we'll have the full picture to talk to the public about. Following that, staff will report on the results of the public engagement before we bring draft 2, because we would like council to have a chance to digest all the engagement results and help it inform draft 2. So the feedback for draft 2 will come tonight, and it can come when we do our budget engagement report, and it could come when we do the property assessment report. So there are 3 public reporting opportunities to inform draft 2. Draft 2 is ultimately a first and a second reading, should council wish. And at that point, further changes could be made for draft 3. At draft 3, we would hope to be able to perform a third reading and then eventually an adoption. And that would take us to March. After that, we are then able to dive more into the property tax rates and wrap that up before May. So thank you for that. I think I've covered most of it. I'm getting a little bit of feedback here, so I hope online that it's coming through okay, but hopefully that answers the question, and thank you for the question.
Thank you. So just to confirm then, if we were to make amendments to the draft, that could happen at the meetings that take place in January leading up to the February draft 2. Okay.
Yes.
So in the 2024 to 2028 5-year plan, the tax the overall tax collection increase is lower than what 2025 is in this 5-year plan, if that makes sense. So in last year's, or I guess this year's 5-year financial plan, 2025 was in there. Now it's the most immediate year, and the percentage increases are different between the two. And so is that main difference connected to new projects that weren't thought about in the 2024 to 2028 financial plan? What is that difference between the projection from last year to this year for 2025?
Through the chair, it's a combination. The community forest had a record dividend last year, and there were a couple budget amendments equating to 1.7 million for external grants, so that's part of it. And then there were projects added, such as the 270,000 for the buildings master plan. The infrastructure reserve is too low to fund the project, so we're having to increase property taxes to pay for projects this year instead of putting it in a reserve for future. So it's kind of a combination of those two things. I touched a little bit about some of the cost increases around insurance and tipping fees and contribution agreements. So we're still seeing the effects of inflation. We didn't apply a broad sweeping increase for inflation. We budget line by line and look at what the contractual obligations will be for those costs. So it's a combination of all those factors that culminate in that.
Yeah, did you want to add?
Yeah, through the chair, I just wanted to point members of the public to page 5 of this draft, which lays out the steps quite clearly that Ms. Denniston has available. And so the community can see when to anticipate different input stages and how the process would flow. So that graphic on page 5 is a really helpful one to the community. And that will also be online. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Southcott.
Thanks, Chair. On page 22 of your report, which I really appreciated the report, it's very clear and easy to dig through. Even I think I understood quite a bit of it. It's there's a last paragraph on the first section there under property tax levy. It says let's see now. Got this right? More sustainable capital funding in the future. I'm just wondering what more sustainable capital funding in the future would look like. Exactly. Like, do you have ideas about what that looks like? It's right in it's the last half of the last paragraph.
Okay. Page you're on?
Yeah. Page 22.
Yeah, through the chair, having a greater focus on asset management is your first step to sustainable long-term financial funding for infrastructure. And it generally looks like increasing taxes for a period of time, because what that'll do is increase the reserves and increase the interest on the reserves and build some momentum for savings. And though it is likely that debt would also need to accompany some of this funding, the less debt that is required, then the less interest you're paying on debt and the more interest you're earning. So often with sustainable long-term financial planning for infrastructure, it does result in earlier increases up front. And it's similar analogy to savings for retirement. You know, when you start earlier, the less you have to actually save. So that can be an analogy, personal finance analogy, but that's what it would really look like.
So if I understand this, then that means that essentially the chickens are coming home to roost. That results from what we did or didn't do previously in putting money into reserves. In a nutshell, is that kind of?
Through the chair, that is correct. And very similar story for most municipalities in BC.
Understand. Thank you. Okay, number 2. This is on page 26. And it has to, so it's the assumptions. Assumption number 2. Has to do with the regional district's contribution service establishment bylaw for the sub-regional recreation service for the RD. And I appreciate staff approaching the RD. I wasn't clear on that before. The history of this goes back 10 years for me. And I guess the first major piece of that was the ARIS report, Expanded Regional Recreation Initiative Service Report, which found that there was pretty much nobody in the mainland RD electoral areas that didn't agree with paying their share for the complex, essentially. What did happen was in 2018 there was a referendum that then resulted in regional district electoral areas in the mainland paying approximately what amounted to approximately a third per capita what city residents pay tax-wise for the complex. I'm kind of at an end 10 years later of this story. And I'd like to ask you if you could briefly describe what would be necessary for us to do in order to petition the regional district to rectify that so that all users, both mainland and non-mainland, because Texada is a special case, and obviously Lusciti residents essentially don't use the complex. But what would be necessary for us to balance that out? And I'm thinking there's probably two options. One is that the regional district change their bylaw so that an appropriate contribution can be made to equal what city residents pay. The other one would be user fees. Again, that would balance that out for residents of the regional district, like was done, I don't know, 15 or more years ago, but then was abandoned for various reasons. Could you give any more detail in a simple sense?
Yes, through the chair. Staff have been working on this issue to understand the various models that are available and have had interviewed some other municipalities and regional districts. And Mr. Bretzlaff has been leading that and doing great work around that. So Mr. Bretzlaff, can I pass this question to you, please?
Absolutely. Through the chair, I believe you've pretty much covered the options that are in front of us. We do have slightly less a proportion of funding from QRD compared to what we estimate the usage at. Our options, as you've outlined correctly, would be to maximize the contribution. Even maximizing the contribution still would provide, in our rough estimates, roughly about $500,000 shortfall still in that. However, that would go a long ways if we maximized those numbers. And then our options, if we aren't able to do that, one of the options, which is difficult to operationalize, but it would be to have two-tiered fee service. And we've reached out to a few municipalities that had to go that route just to get some counsel in that process as well.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Alameda, any questions?
Probably can come up with a few. Just one that came up during the CFO's presentation. You mentioned pivoting the community forest funds that were earmarked for the aquatic roof to switch it to the Growing Communities Fund because of the timeline on the Growing Communities Fund. I'm just curious, I guess, which is sounds like a good way to use those funds. Kind of a two-parter, I guess. I noticed that the theater roof is also part of the capital project plan, and wondering if there is some possible connection of those roofs being done together or not. And also, if by some chance we don't get the right contractor or the timing doesn't work out to get the roof fixed within the time constraints of the Growing Communities Fund, where does that leave us, considering there's a limitation on when those funds need to be used by?
Through the chair, this will require my reply and Director Burtick. So around the financing, should we not be able to accomplish the project within that 4 years, we would pivot that money to a different project and then request the community forest funding or look towards the infrastructure reserve. So to answer your question, we would keep a very close eye on that. And then your question around the theater, I will I will call on Mr. Bertig to answer the more technical side of the projects. Thank you.
Thanks, Mallory. Yeah, those through the chair, those two roof projects are totally different in scope. The theater roof is a redo of just your simple roofing exercise of rehabbing the roof. The pool roof is by far a more difficult and complicated issue. It's more of a structural issue that we have to remedy there. So I don't believe it would be advisable to tie those two roofs together. I don't believe it's important, and nor would it provide us with the cost savings.
Thank you. Secondly, I guess, and this might go back to Director Bertig here, I noticed that we have I was just looking at the different line items and looking to see where there might be some possibilities to potentially delay on certain expenditures. And I saw there's a few items that mostly pertain to some vehicles in our fleet, and some of the larger ones that could total up. I roughly calculated a few vehicles that could easily add up to $1 million. So without getting into specifics, and this might not be a question that can be answered right away, I guess I'm just curious, at looking at the 5-year plan, is there possibilities that we could delay some of these vehicles and try to get a little bit more life out of our current fleets, just to try and stretch out, and eventually we'll need to replace them, I understand, but to try and stretch it out at all, like I was referring to, we have two $500,000 garbage truck replacements, and there's another one that was a couple of tractors or things that are close to $200,000. So just curious, I guess, if there's a possibility to stretch them out along the 5-year plan so that we can spread it out a bit.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Almeida. That is something that we continually monitor. The issue with the garbage trucks is they take on a lot of hours. There's a lot of mechanical issues going on with that, and what we're finding is the maintenance costs on those trucks is continually rising, and we're nearing the end of their useful life before they become unusable. So we try to stretch it out as long as possible, but we know we're coming to the end. So there may be a chance that we could put it off a year, but again, it's either pay me now or pay me later.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. So I got a few questions. One of the questions I have for staff is if they are aware of the request coming from the regional district for us to consider possibly, I think it is the Community Works Fund, using some of those to help alleviate borrowing that would happen on the Resource Recovery Center, and should council contemplate that and consider that something worth doing, how does that impact us here, or would that be something you would need to assess and get back to us with? And my question about that was also related to would the pool roof then just revert back to, so would it not necessarily impact taxpayers, I guess, is in rates?
Through the chair, staff are aware of the request. Staff would wait for council direction to act on any such requests. The information that would be needed is what the city would pay as a baseline based on the proportional payment of the assessed value. So generally, I think we're about half for most services. And then the other piece of information is how much more would they like the city to pay above and beyond that amount. And with those two pieces of information, staff could bring back information to council. We did respond to this similar question last year, and I can follow up with an email pointing to that. And anytime the city pays more than the base amount, it will cost our taxpayers more. Even if there's less interest on the debt on that regional district side, it would cost the taxpayers more. So it would be the same analysis should council wish that to be done. The Growing Community Fund and Canada Community Building Fund are zeroed out in this 5-year plan. And in order to maintain this 5-year plan, the property tax would increase to feed the infrastructure reserve should we decrease our reserves in Canada Community Fund or Growing Communities Fund.
So those are different funds then? The growing, okay. Thank you. My second question has to do with what might not be in the budget. So I've heard you say maintenance of current service levels, and I know there are plans specifically through BC Transit to have improvements, and so that begs the question if those improvements are included in this budget or to be added later if and when we get there.
Through the chair, Mr. Bertig, could you respond to this question, please?
Yes, I could. Yeah, through the chair. A number of those increases are currently included in the budget, but moving forward, we have a report coming to council with regards to future improvements of transit, which would, if council approved it, wouldn't take effect until 26. So there's some additional funding that would be required to maintain that increased service level should council decide.
Am I allowed more questions?
That's here too. We'll be going around again. I don't think we've exhausted everybody's curiosity yet. Councillor Palm, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. And through the chair, what's being presented here today is certainly not a rosy picture where the city is at this point in time in their finances. There is no hiding the fact that being proposed in front of us today is a close to 35% increase in taxation to residents for the next 5 years. 11.4 is probably the most accurate number on the page here at this point in time, and that's a double from city taxation that residents were faced with last year. Let's be perfectly clear. This is going to hurt pensioners that are living in homes. And I also have a question in terms of business taxation, where I just saw on the news hour today, businesses in Vancouver commenting on the unsustainable effect that these rising costs are having on their operations, where over 50% of businesses today say they may not be able to survive over the next 4 years, after the next 4 years. That's not a pretty picture. So when we look at the big picture here, and that's what I believe council should be looking at, not looking at the nickels and dimes, we need to focus on how we're going to reinvent our major taxation and economic development, and at the same time, to hopefully stem the hit on all business and residential payments of taxation. We have to look at cuts and service levels. Let's be realistic. And the one thing that's missing in the presentation today is I see community engagement scheduled for January. I see a property tax assessment coming down the pipe in January. However, I do not see where council is going to have a meeting to discuss service levels and possible downsizing of any substantial category. So that's, to me, is what's missing, and it needs to be scheduled and it needs to be done. So I'm asking staff, where does that fit into the equation?
Through the chair, in May, this schedule was approved by council. And this meeting right now, draft 1, is the time to consider changes to service levels, to consider anything on this draft 1 that you would want to see in draft 2. There will be another opportunity between draft 2 and draft 3 to make changes, but as you get closer to the deadline, it becomes less time for staff to go back and look into different options. So I would say this is what this meeting is all about, setting service levels and what's the investment in the investment for keeping those service levels. So that is what this meeting is about. And staff are here to answer any questions on that and take away any homework that might be needed. So keeping that in mind.
Question is a proposed path forward for council to hash out and determine service levels and possible downsizing. Staff going to be bringing forward any recommendations?
Through the chair, it is council's purview to set service levels. If council would like to change the service level, they would council could direct staff to report back with the financial implication of whatever service level council would like staff to look into. But staff would not voluntarily bring that forward because staff take direction from council on what the service level is and what the cost of that service level is. So we would look to council to provide direction for that.
I'm just, it's my turn to ask a couple of questions, but I'm going to provide a little guidance for council at the same time, or for the committee at the same time. So on page 30 of the 29 of the report, or 16 out of 33 in the electronic one that I'm looking at, there are recommendation options. The first one is the committee directing an amendment to waterworks regulations to increase fees. The second one is directing staff to prepare a letter to the Cathett Regional District requesting a maximum contribution to the Recreation Center for 2025 to 2029, as per the executed funding service agreement between the City of Powell River and the Cathett Regional District. And just to provide some information on that, the Regional District provides services. And the services are created by a referendum that puts an upper limit on what they can tax the people in the regional district for that service. There is an upper limit to that service. And there is also an agreement, there was an agreement between the city and the regional district on what the regional district would pay to the city out of that tax collection that they made. It was negotiated, and that, I believe, expired at the end of 2023. And my personal opinion would be, since council can't change what the regional district spends or what the regional district's bylaw is, we might be better off to actually sit down and negotiate with the regional district as a city to try to increase the contribution that the regional district has been making. I was at the regional district board when they were determining what contribution they would make in 2024. I'm not on that board now, but I can say that the regional district board seemed to be interested in negotiating with the city, not being told how much to contribute, but negotiating with the city. So just bringing that up as number 2 of the recommendations. The third one is the committee recommends staff to increase the 2025 property tax levy in community forest grants, etc. That's a recommendation that the committee could make if he chose to. And recommendation number 4 is the kind of changes that Councillor Palm was talking about, which the committee directing staff to make a change to this plan as they see fit. One of the assumptions, if I'm correct in the plan, is that service levels would stay the same in 2025 as they were in 2024. So if you want to change that, a motion to change that service level in a particular service or in a particular aspect would be appropriate, such as not buying 5 or 6 vehicles to save a certain amount of money. Those were examples. Now, my 2 questions, or my 1 question actually that I want to ask, is that in the past, the city budget operations, we have had each one of the directors come and make a report to council about what they wanted to achieve in their portfolio over the year, what they had to spend, what they wanted to spend, their needs and their wants, in other words, to council. I don't see that on the proposal. And is that in the agenda of staff anywhere, or are we going to go with the documents that we have?
Through the chair, this year, through the capital and special projects reports, since there were no change requests, all of the changes are coming through special projects or capital projects. And in Appendix B and C, we've categorized based on new and increase in existing. And then there's a column for the department. And so to ensure there would be ample time for council to have discussions, we decided to keep the presentations to a minimum so that there'd be more time for discussions, and we can rely on council to request each director to provide that summary should they wish, or not to, but it would be up to council just in order to protect the time. I think in the past budget deliberations, even at one point we didn't make the meeting. We had to set a separate meeting to finish, and staff were very aware of council, the committee needing time to discuss. So that's why the presentation is different, and that's the reason why we've opted for that approach this year.
Okay, so I'm going to try going around once more before we have any motions. Councillor Isaacson, do you have any other questions?
I do. Thank you, Chair. Which ones do I want to pick, though? I guess one of the most important ones is related to process, and I think this speaks to Councillor Palm's point around when to introduce possible amendments. I think because this has so much information in it, and depending on when we were able to get to this document after it was published on Friday, some of us have, I've only really I've read it once through, and so I have some ideas on what I'd like to present, but I haven't really been thoughtful about it. And I feel like when we talked about this earlier in the summer, one of the ideas was to present it, to ask as many questions, and then maybe 2 weeks later or 4 weeks later, we actually start proposing possible amendments and debating those. And so I don't, maybe the question for staff through the chair is, in the timeline, if we, for example, proposed republishing draft 1 at the first committee of the whole in January per se, and that was where we as a council were very clear that that's when we come with amendments, that would give a bit more time for us to digest it as we are doing right now, and also start hearing from the public after they've also had time to digest it. So I'm wondering if that's possible. Might that be at the same time that the property assessment analysis happens?
Through the chair, Ms. Wells will be presenting the 2025 calendar, and in discussions with her, the dates that we're targeting for the property assessment is January 14th, which is the quickest date we can turn around a report. And then we were targeting the 16th, which is a Thursday, for the open house. And I think those would be the earliest meetings. And so at the property assessment report on the 14th, it would be a special meeting. It would just be dedicated to that. And so to your point, we could attach draft 1 as well. And those topics would be part and parcel. So we'd be expecting change requests for draft 2 in that meeting on the 14th. So I can make a note of ensuring we include draft 1 as a topic at that meeting.
And I think for me, having the completed assessment roles known at that time, that gives me a sense of the scale of cuts that I want to come prepared with. And so I will prepare some now. And because this document doesn't include any possible changes in the mill site value, and doesn't include any recommendations related to the use of the tax stabilization reserve that we compiled last year, that would be my preference. And that's my own preference, but I'm not speaking to council yet. Okay, so that was my one question. The second question then I will ask, this question's been asked before, but I would love for you to repeat your answer. When we have something budgeted for and we end up not buying it or not implementing whatever the project is in that year, is it taxed in that year any money that wasn't spent goes into reserves and then it is retaxed for in the subsequent year? Or are there some cases where that money is carried over to be used for the same purposes in the next year? And so in that case, we're not having to, because oftentimes we get a lot of rolled over projects and purposes, and I want to be clear for myself as well as for the public.
Through the chair, for special projects and capital projects, the funding rolls forward with the project. And so we wouldn't ask for new funding unless there was an increase to it. And for operating, then the money would fall into surplus. And so if I estimated $2,000 for materials and supplies and it was actually 1,000, then 1,000 would fall into surplus. And what has happened in the past is surplus could be directed by council to be transferred to a capital reserve. It could form part of that transfer in a budget year, but it has been in the past used for budget amendments when special projects arise. The surplus was very much depleted with the transition to the asset retirement obligation transition last year, which is why we haven't seen a lot of talk about surplus funding projects, but that's where it would fall to.
Number 2.
8 more questions.
Don't have any questions. You don't have to.
I do. I have 8 more.
I'm gonna ask 2.
So this is just the first one is just confirmation. Councillor Elliott asked about the suspected or the anticipated request from the RD to do with the over budget or the over expense of the Resource Recovery Center, which would be about half of that $2.5 million. And also it was mentioned the catalyst tax class and the reduction in the property assessment over there. None of those factors are incorporated into this report, are they?
Through the chair, neither of those are included in the report.
Okay, thank you. Question number 2. What is Unit 4? Is that an accounting machine or something?
Through the chair, we worked to update our project descriptions so they were more user-friendly, but I can see I missed that one. Unit 4 is our accounting software program.
That's what I kind of
Apologies.
thought, because it's already mentioned a few times. Thank you. Those are mine.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Isakson's question brought something to mind, and I was able to pull back our last year's sheets and stuff as well. So 2 items, I guess. I asked about the garbage trucks in my previous question, and I noticed that the 2 garbage trucks that are in the 2025 plan were also in the 2024 plan. And I'm curious, did we delay them already a year last year through our budgetary plan, or is this 2 addition, like we already got 2 this year and then needing 2 more again in 25, or is that a capital expenditure that you just described will go into the surplus?
Through the chair, Mr. Burtig, do you have an answer, please?
Yeah, I'm a little uncertain onto that, but I believe that we bumped it a year just in order to remain under budget. So we pushed it forward to the next year.
Okay, thank you. Second question of a similar nature but different item. Last year, when we had a meeting similar to what Councillor Palm talked about, where we went line by line, one item that was on the budget, which is it's a small item, but a $30,000 website, which we kept in the budget for 24. I know probably due to staff limitations, we didn't touch the website this year, but I also noticed it's in the budget for 2025, but at twice the amount. So I'm kind of, I guess, curious, just to play a little bit of devil's advocate, I guess, is I know we have some limitations in terms of staff. There's a few budget items for plans and projects that I can see are essential, and I don't know how many of them are going to be using contractors or done internally, I guess, with some of the master plans, whether 25 is realistic, I guess, or not.
Through the chair, I'm wondering if I could have Ms. Cuthbertson respond to that. Thank you. think you might be,
Yep.
there you go.
Apologies, I was finding the button. Through the chair, yes, there was an increase to the website budget, but that was shifted from a different line item. So we didn't increase the spend by double necessarily. We're just allowing a bit more room for what we anticipate to be a more realistic website rebuild cost.
Callie, oh, sorry, Ms. Cuthbertson, through the chair, if I might maybe rephrase that. So basically, we've done an assessment that to do a more comprehensive website update and have better engagement through our website, that the cost has gone from 30 to 60. Would that be, am I framing that better?
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, that is an accurate assessment.
So if I can ask one clarification.
Go for it.
So to the CFO, if we budgeted 30,000 in 24 for the website that we didn't get to tackle just yet, and I can understand that we realize we might need more for our website. And if that project now in total is 60,000, but we had already earmarked 30 this year that we didn't get to, it's saying 60,000 in 2025, but realistically, isn't that only 30,000 because we already earmarked 30,000 in 24, or am I getting my numbers all mixed up?
Through the chair, no, that's correct. We would call it a $30,000 carry forward and then a $30,000 increase request. And so the funding we allocated in the prior year for that 30,000 carries forward with it. And then we increase another 30,000 and ask for funding for the additional amount.
So it should still say 60 in 2025? Not
Through the chair, yes, that because that's the total amount yet to be spent.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to speak to the issue Councillor Isaacson raised around this idea of having time to digest before making motions around changes. That's my preference too. And I wondered if we could make motions on the December 17th Committee of the Whole regarding draft 1 that allows for better information for creating changes to draft 2 at an earlier time frame. And so that was my first question, and then I have another question related to that.
Through the chair, we can add that. Should staff receive direction from the committee, we could add that to the agenda.
Okay, so that could be a motion we could make today. The asset retirement requirement that came into place last year impacts our budget in a number of ways because we're now required to have costs for those outdated buildings that we haven't had enough savings for, and that's what you've been talking about. The amortization costs at 12%, is that where we're registering that exactly?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's now amortization and accretion. Accretion is the expense annually for the asset retirement obligation, and it's actually quite small compared to amortization. I think it's only $9,000. It was the transition year that was so expensive because we had to account for the asset retirement obligations for the whole prior 50 years that we hadn't. So ongoing now, it's not as big of an impact on the income statement. However, the transition year was very costly to fund through surplus. So to answer your question, yes, it is part of amortization. Those two costs go together on one line item, but it's just a much smaller piece of that number.
So then my question related to if we make we make some motions about, for example, recommend staff create a budget based on such % increase in the thing. And so current year at 11.6 something. And we directed staff to come back with a budget that was no more than an 8% increase. There's no way for us at this point to understand the impacts of that. But you have been telling us that the main area that gets impacted when we do that is our reserves. Is there a legal requirement for a certain amount of reserves, or are we always allowed to underfund our reserves? It seems like a crazy system. I'm just asking.
Through the chair, there's no legal requirement. There's a legal requirement to maintain our infrastructure to code, and there's those legal requirements around that. And so to the extent that there's no funds to comply with the legal requirements for our infrastructure, we would need to close that infrastructure or fund it. And so when savings for infrastructure doesn't happen, it forces council's hand to either crank up the property taxes to address the situation, go to the electorate for an assent vote and ask for debt, or stop the service. But of course, the city does have some core service delivery that is required around water and sewer, what have you. So, I mean, we do have a legal responsibility to ensure that that infrastructure is looked after. However, we have no obligation to save for it. But what happens when we don't save for it is when we push it too far, our only option is crossing our fingers that we get approval for debt or really increasing the property tax in a number of years. So I hope that answers the question there. It's a good question.
Yeah, it totally answers the question. It just begs another question, and just bear with me for a second. Should we not save adequately and our hands are forced, we then have costs affiliated with closing a building rather than replacing a building or upgrading a building because that's the only option left. Is there anything in the budget that helps us feel comfort around maybe that, like costs for the least preferred option is closure, right? Or shutting down your assets.
Through the chair, this is one of the things where you set your priorities in different categories. So, there are various priorities council has, and you can direct and say, we want you in order of priority to look at things like different services we provide that are, I would recommend, not essential. So, of course, water and sewer are just costs that I think are pretty critical. And then above and beyond that, council has given us direction on certain things related to transportation, recreation that give us your priorities. You've done that throughout the year. So you have the opportunity to take some time to digest between now and the 17th and think about, as a individual or a group, what you would like to put forward for us to come back with you to say in order of priority, because otherwise you're potentially putting staff in the position of coming forward with cuts that you may really disagree with. That affect different user groups. And we may look at it and say, okay, well, practically the biggest bang for our buck is the Tiddlywinks Club. I hope we don't have Tiddlywinks in town, but I'm just using that as an example. And you might come back and say, well, Tiddlywinks is the top priority. How could you possibly come forward with that as a cut? So this is where we're hoping for some direction from you on just as you did last time. Last time what you said to us is across all departments, come back with X percentage of cuts. So we went through and we did it that way. So that's one option you have for us to try and do again. Or you say, in order of priority, we'd like to see these things looked at. Thank you. Ms. Dennison, I don't know. You've got a bit more experience than me.
I think you've given a pretty full answer to the councillor's question. I'd like to go on to Councillor Palm, see if he has any. You've had a couple already.
Yeah, I know.
Elliott, and we will go around the table.
I don't believe my question was answered is my problem. So if I could
you can try again.
Speak to my own question, please, Chair. So my discomfort is, and I'll try to be more clear. My discomfort is in that having zero information about, so let's say we're going to ask you to do something that requires laying off staff. There's a cost to laying off staff. And so generally speaking, if I'm an owner of a building and I have to replace it, do those three things, I would have like standard cost of each of those options are, you know, so much per square foot, for example, depending on what type of building it is. We don't actually have that information to contemplate our priorities. So I'm struggling with a gap in how I understand costs of certain moves in order to make those recommendations. And you're saying I can't know them until after the fact. And so that to me is the struggle. So I'm trying to think, how do we get some general costing information about impacts to certain areas? And I don't know how we do that. And that's where that's where my discomfort is at in order to make priorities.
Through the chair, one approach we could do is, should the committee give direction in a specific area to say, we're looking for cost savings of decreasing the hours open at the recreation center, or to direct which area and how much. And then once you do that, staff can return with those sort of informations. It would be to do that for all the services, the deep dive, the incremental costing is a task that would take more time than we have with staff. But should the committee simply give direction on this area and this amount of dollars, staff report back to us, staff, with what that looks like, you know, what's the impact there. That's the type of directional information that the committee could give to staff to report back at subsequent meetings. I think this was done 8 years ago. There was a presentation and council gave direction on decreasing transportation routes and decreasing the availability of the recreation center. And staff presented with those two options. So that's the type of high-level information staff could use and report back on to be able to give more detailed info for decision-making.
Councillor Palm, do you have any questions?
Yes, Chair, I do. Thank you very much, through the chair. First of all, can I ask staff to please provide me, I don't know about additional councillors, with a hard copy in my letterbox of what has been delivered electronically here today, so I can take it over the holidays and mark it up and actually get my facts together. As Councillor Isaacson alluded to, getting this on a Friday afternoon and trying to discuss specifics today is a rather time.
It's hard.
Yeah. So anyway, that would be helpful. Now, I'm trying to get my dates and facts in order for the path forward. So I understand that on January 14th, we get the mill site assessment, and we will have that information to work with at that point in time. When is our first committee of the whole meeting in January? Is it the 14th? Tuesday?
Through the chair, I might defer to Ms. Walls. She is working on the calendar, and I believe I've just been informed that there may be changes relating to the Cathett Regional District calendar. And so I think she's still working with her counterpart to firm up dates so that there wouldn't be any conflict. So I will defer to Ms. Walls to bring back the details on that schedule.
Through the chair, Ms. Walls is actually in transit right now, so if you could just excuse her, but she will be coming to you with the schedule on December 19th. Thank you.
So the point I'm trying to get is we have a community engagement, I believe, scheduled for the 16th. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is what we were discussing as potential dates, but we would need to ensure that it doesn't conflict with the Cathett Regional District, which is tweaking some dates, we believe. So it's the current target, and as soon as we can solidify that date and have council approval, we would make it so.
The reason I ask these questions, Chair, is for this point that I want to try to make, and that is to do the homework that's required, to come up with specific recommendations and direction. I would not only need direction from council to weigh in, But I am hoping that we can set a date where we have a day-long session at least to go over the budget in detail and also have input from staff as we have had in the past on recommendations from each department so that we have a full scope and the information that we need to make some informed decisions. So I'm hoping somehow we get that schedule for January and we can plan accordingly. Thank you.
So I'm next with my questions, and I'm the chair too, so I'm going to try to provide a little guidance to people about where we're going. So far, I've heard what I think is a majority of people saying they're not really prepared to make a decision on any of the recommendations that are in front of us tonight because people want to learn more, they want to read more and look at it in more depth, and they want to have a better understanding of what this report means before we start making motions before councils. That's what I hear people doing. So I'm going to suggest that maybe when we're finished asking our questions for tonight, the motion might be to have another second meeting to discuss draft one of this budget when everybody can come further prepared and have more time set aside and more opportunities to study what's actually in the report. I'm going to leave that suggestion. We'll continue the questions. I have one that's come up from the discussion, from Councillor Alameda's questions particularly. He asked about the garbage trucks that were budgeted in 2024 and budgeted in 2025. I don't have those detailed numbers right in front of me, but I remember looking at the capital charges. Councillor Alameda's question was, what about those garbage trucks? Is that the same dollar figure that was in the 2024 budget? I think Mr. Burtick's answer was he didn't buy those garbage trucks in order to stay within budget lines. Now, the answer about that Councillor Alameda got about the website design was, well, that $30,000 that was budgeted last year is still there, but it wasn't spent. So we won't need 60,000 this year. We'll just need an additional 30,000 because that money was budgeted and not spent. So seems to be a different answer. Was the money for the garbage trucks that was budgeted in 2024 spent on something else, or was it not?
Through the chair, I can answer that the money wouldn't have been spent on something else. Specifically with the capital plan as approved by council, we work within those costs and the funding sources. I believe what happened with the garbage trucks is they didn't get purchased in 2024 and the cost got carried forward into 2025. I'll look to Mr. Burtig to confirm that that's correct. It wouldn't impact the budget because the funding would get carried forward, so there wouldn't be any savings. It's more of a matter of a timing piece, and that's how I understand those particular items.
Yes, through the chair, that's my understanding as well. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Isaacson, we're going to the third round of questions now.
Third round. I guess the final question for today from me is, this is related to reserves for sewer roads. Well, no, sewer and water in particular. The ones that have user fees attached to them. The ones that have user fees attached to them, we decided as a council, I think last year, to retain a progressive approach to user fees in the sense that we wanted to distribute that burden to the tax base as a whole and didn't do the increases that staff were recommending. And so in my intention in doing that is any reserves that are required to maintain those services come from general taxation as opposed to the user fees. But in my saying that, I'm not actually sure whether reserves from general taxation are being added to make up for that gap. I want to make sure my question's clear, and if it is, can you answer it?
Through the chair, I believe I understand. It's water self-funds through user fees and solid waste, but sewer requires property taxes to fund. It's a combination of sewer user fees, the 2 parcel taxes, and some property taxes that are required to fund sewer. And so currently property taxes are funding the sewer service.
Are they funding the reserves required over, like, are reserves part of what the taxation is funding, or is it all just on an annual basis?
Through the chair, the property taxes would more cover the operating because the parcel taxes are more dedicated towards the capital piece.
Thank you.
Scott.
Sure. So I did print out the last half of that report and tape together the page. They need to be taped together, put on, I guess, in half. So if I could refer to line 15, specific questions. Great, thank you. So line 15, Appendix B, special projects.
Through the chair, if I might ask Councillor Southcott to speak into the mic, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. It is on page 34 and 35. Number 9. And this may be a question more to do with how I understand what the columns are telling us. I see that the project spend and reserves are fairly big numbers on that line, but there's nothing in project grants, and I believe there was quite a considerable amount of grant money involved, particularly from the federal government in the first 2 or 3 years for that project. How does that figure in? Why is there nothing in the project grant column, and would that money be included in reserves? Like, can you explain this to me, please?
Through the chair, yes. And you're referring to number 15, project 15.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So the year to date simply shows the total cost for the project, and then the next 3 columns are the remaining funds. And so that's why if this project received a project grant 2 years ago, you wouldn't see it here. You would only see if we are forecasting a project grant. And we're specific with project grant because general grants we get, such as LGCAP, local government climate action funding, goes into a reserve. So we do call that reserve funding compared to project grants. So to answer your question, it's only because we don't foresee any project grants for those projects.
And that those specific grants from like 3 or 4 years ago are no longer depicted in this data.
Through the chair, they would be part of the $765,000 funding.
Thank you.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, great question.
Great. That helps me a lot. Next question, hopefully really simple. This is in reference to line 44, DCC reserves. There's a plan suggested, or it's not in the comments. Let's see, 44. The comments suggest that a review and update of projects associated with the DCC bylaw is required, which I totally understand. Is the money for that planning or that review, can that be taken out of the DCC reserve specific? Like, these are statutory basically, aren't they?
Through the chair, I believe that comes through the bylaw reserve that we have. So we do set aside money for bylaw reviews, and I believe that that's where that's being funded. I don't believe that reviewing the DCC bylaw is an eligible expense for DCCs, but I would actually defer to Mr. Gao to correct me if I'm wrong. He's the expert.
Thank you, Mallory, or thank you, Ms. Dennison, the expert. I don't know if that's true, but my instinct would be to say no. DCC projects are specifically identified in the DCC bylaw or related to the DCC bylaw for the implementation of development.
That's kind of what I thought. So basically it's capital order of operations to do with what's specifically defined for those DCC funds and not this kind of reviewing or planning.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. And it's very specific with the unit cost for each type of service. So the bylaw is very prescriptive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to defer to Councillor Elliott for now. I'm taking a closer look at the numbers and come back later.
I think we're getting just about finished with questions.
So under our current budget and our current scenario, when do our capital reserves hit zero? Like what year is that? It's kind of general in there.
Through the chair, I believe it is in about 10 to 15 years. And of course, that's assuming we're contributing the same amount each year to the reserves.
Under the current scenario, yeah.
And this is also based on replacement cost estimates. And until we get closer to replacing an asset, the estimates aren't as reliable as when we do a study. So we have to keep this in mind, but that's what the current graph was showing based on those assumptions.
Thank you.
Councillor Pong.
Yes, Chair, through the Chair, just one last request that we have some facts and figures coming forward on the escalating costs of organic shipments out of the community. It's been brought to my attention that I believe that volume is escalated quite substantially as what was originally proposed, and I'm sure it's costing a great deal more. So I'd like to take a look at those costs, and maybe we can work at reducing the volume in some aspect or respect.
Through the chair, we're not aware of that, but we can check into this. We do know that with the report we brought back to you, is there's an offset between increased tipping fees for garbage that balance out the reduction in garbage through compost. But if that's through the regional QRD, we can confirm that with their staff. Thank you.
Anyone else? You get a final question, Councillor Alameda? Then maybe it's time to think about making a motion about what to do if anybody wants to do that.
Sure. I just was looking at the extended theater seating and just wanted some clarity. Is that the seating at the top half of the theater that can technically come in or out, but from what I understand, hasn't been replaced in the 40 years of the theater and doesn't no longer go in? Is that the section?
Through the chair, Director Bretzlaff, if I could toss this one to you.
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Armida, you are indeed correct. That has quite recently been found to be non-functional. It is currently in its setup phase, always out. We've got some structural engineers, which we have got challenge contracting structural engineers, but we do have an engineer, hopefully, that can come and look at this and begin figuring out what our options are.
So as a follow-up, Director Bretzlaff, I'm all in favor of having that room be suitable for the multi-purpose functionality that it can provide. On a realistic nature, what's the likelihood that we will actually be able to get that replacement done in the 2025 calendar year?
Through the chair to Councillor Almeida, that's an excellent question. It partially depends on what priorities are set for the given year. If it's deemed unsafe, then I think we would bring that forward as a proposed very high priority.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any motions they'd like to make? Councillor Isaac.
Thank you. I move that we refer, is that the right motion? Refer this agenda item to the December 17th Committee of the Whole. No, 19th, sorry, 19th Committee of the Whole.
Isn't it 17th for Committee of the Whole?
I think it's 19th.
17th.
17th.
Okay.
Yeah.
for this agenda item to be referred to the December 17th Committee of the Whole for discussion and potential amendments.
Seconder, Councillor Elliott.
And just to speak to that quickly, we want to digest this, and we will likely, now that the presentation's been made, some people need to hear information or see it visually or listen to it in order to really digest it, including members of the public. And so I expect we'll get some feedback. It also gives us some time to digest it. We won't know the full extent of the tax realities for next year because the full assessment roll, including the value of the mill site, won't happen until January. But my understanding is that we could continue making amendments in January for draft 2 or in between first and second or third readings. One recommendation that I have as it relates to this for ourselves, and maybe we can just get it over email. Last year, staff did a lot of work on possible cuts. They weren't making recommendations, but they laid out a whole suite of options. And rather than tasking staff with any, coming back to us with cuts, we can use that as a base because most of the services of the city are similar this year as they were last year. And that's what I will use as not a starting point, but a piece of information when I'm pulling together any proposed amendments that I bring to December 17th, if it indeed passes. One item that would be helpful for me in making these deliberations, a quick question, is it possible to get a list of which reserve funds, the reserves, if they say reserves, which reserve funds they come from?
Through the chair, yes, we can provide that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and that's why I've proposed this this motion aligned with some of the things that I was hearing from other council members tonight.
Councillor Palm.
Yes, through the chair, excellent idea on getting some information at first hand here for December 17th. So I've already asked for a printout of what's on our laptop today, but I would also like to request a hard copy of those proposed cuts that were given to us last year, so that I've got a combination of both. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious from staff. I'm all in favor of postponing this discussion. There's a few items that I have flagged on my end. Thank you for sending the spreadsheet in the CFO because that's very helpful. Items that are on a lower priority level that I'm specifically looking at things that are maybe lower priority, things that haven't been spent yet, and things that are not involving any grants. Because for me, those are the ones that are the easiest to shift. Not that they're less important, but maybe they're not 2025 important, maybe 26 important. So I guess my question is, does it make a difference to just bring them up now? Because council might say yes right away, or just save them all to the 17th when we have a wholehearted discussion.
Through the chair, I would say that the earlier the better. Because staff will need to go back and do homework. So any direction that you would like to give in this meeting would allow staff to report back the next time that we convene.
Councillor Alameda, right now we have a motion on the table that's in front of us here. If you want to make other motions after this one is done, you're free to do that.
Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? None opposed, so that's carried unanimously. Councillor Alameda.
So I'm going to try to wing this, which will be interesting. I'm going to focus on Appendix C on the capital projects, so our reporter can keep up with it. And I'm going to focus on numeric order. So I'm going to suggest, trying to figure out the wording. I'll just say, I'm going to suggest that we move the following items to the 2026 plan, unless staff is wanting to defend the reason why. And I'll just make it easy by numbers. So hang on, I'll put them in order for you. That'll help. Out of order. Okay, from capital C, appendix C, number 38, number 55, number 88, number 91, number 102, number 138, number 139, number 142, number 144, number 146, 47, and 48. For a grand total, 2.17 million. And if there's a seconder, I can defend some of them.
Sure.
Okay, so
Councillor Elliott, second the motion.
thank you.
So you have anything to say?
So some of them I've already discussed today. Number 55 is one of the garbage trucks that I just think if we can spread it out, and we've already waited 1 year. So that was one of them. Number 38 was just one of the trucks. That's 200,000. There's 3 items here. I'm not going to go through the numbers, but 3 of them relate to the pool. And we're already awaiting an engineering report on the status of the pool and longevity of the pool that I just feel earmarking any funds towards a pool right now that we don't really know what the situation is. Might not get to it. There's a couple items that refer to flooring in buildings in the rec center. Again, I'm open to staff coming back and saying the reason why, but these were, for the most part, except for the theater seating and the garbage truck, they're all priority 2 and 3 by staff's description. So I'm not saying they're less important. Well, I am saying they're less important, but I'm not saying they're not important, but maybe not 2025 important. And I just think it seems like yeah. So that's my reasoning.
The list, yeah.
Councillor Pong.
Just for clarification, I missed one number that Councillor Armida said, the one after 55 and 91. What was the number in between?
88 is on the screen. And that's grand total, not grant total, sorry.
Thank you. Question for staff. All of these are currently funded through reserves. And so if we're not drawing from reserves for these projects for 2025, I don't know the numbers offhand, but are there other ones that are funded through taxation that would actually save us 2.17 million? Because it seems like if they're coming from reserves, we already have that money saved. And so we're not actually saving through taxation.
Through the chair, it is project by project dependent. When we put a capital plan together, it takes a couple days to balance the reserves because we optimize what can fund what. And so there's many iterations where we run it and many reserves are negative and we have to shift and we go to the criteria and understand which funds could be used for which project. So but the long and short of it is looking at these projects. Any shifting should alleviate some pressure from the property taxes, push it to a future year to fill up that reserve. It's not the case for every single project, especially where an external grant exists, but these ones mostly appear to be infrastructure or equipment reserve, which are property tax funded. So a long story short, it's not the same answer for all of them, but for these ones at a first glance, that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you for that answer. Generally, when reviewing the list, I was also doing that same math. Which ones are priorities 2 and 3 that are not grant funded that we haven't started yet? And so it isn't true that, like you said, like Councillor Almeida said, the theater seating and one of the garbage trucks are listed at number 1. I don't have the language right in front of me right now, but I'm really glad this is on the floor. I would almost prefer to postpone the vote on this till the 17th so that, again, like the digestion time, those are, 12 line items, and I don't know what they all refer to in the moment.
Discussion. Oh.
That's really it.
You've just spoken.
Hmm.
I'm going to speak because no one else had their hand up until I looked around.
Put myself on the list.
I would actually like to make a motion to postpone this recommendation until our next committee of the whole meeting, which I think is December 17th, along with the budget report discussion, so that we have time to think about them all. I would like to be able to examine each one of these and try to make sense of what we're doing. If we're going to, these projects are all interlinked. A lot of them are interlinked with different projects that are going on at the rec center, and they make sense in a certain order. And if you don't do them in the right order, they stop making sense. Maybe we need to save the money. Maybe we can find out later, but I'm going to make a motion to postpone it until December 17th so we can talk about them all together. It gives us more time to think about it, because that's a lot of projects that have had a lot of work by staff put into them. I think we should take our time to think about them. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Southcott, any discussion on the motion to postpone? Councillor Alameda? Councillor Isaac? Councillor Elliott, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. So postponing the decision is not a problem for me, because making decisions after time to think is always a good thing. But I still had some questions that might be nice to have the answer to before we, during this time of contemplation. So my question would be, if we pass the motion, can I still ask a question related to some of these numbers?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Thank you.
Why would I want to stop you from asking a question? It's getting close to time for a break, but
yeah.
There you go. So we have a motion. Any other discussion on the motion to postpone this until December 17th? All those in favor of the motion? And opposed? That carries unanimously. Councillor Elliott.
So just quickly looking over the numbers, I had some questions of staff. Is the sand filter for the pool necessary to keep the pool safe for people? But would delaying it cause a problem for that? I'll just list all the questions. If we're replacing LED lights with non-LED lights, is the cost savings on energy expected to be considerable? And would delaying it then just be an overall extra expense for, I think that was 142. And then the rink arena and beams, I know they shed and drop stuff. And one of the things we were investigating was how to fix that problem. Is this rink 144 intended to fix that problem, or is it something different? So those are my questions.
Through the chair, I'll invite Mr. Bretzlaff to answer those questions, please, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, the sand filters, the short answer is yes, it's required for health and safety. The longer answer is I'm unsure how urgent that would be, so I can check on that. So I can definitely do that. The lights, we do have to replace those as they go out. So if we don't replace them full one-shot LED, we will need to continue replacing them as they falter. Now that would be less than the 60,000. The energy savings are quite large for LEDs. However, we could continue to just fix as they break, as we're currently doing. The beams in the rink and arena, that is, I don't believe we're at the point of being reactive and urgent. We're trying to be as proactive as we can so we don't run into the same problems as the pool, but it's a completely different environment with probably a little bit less possibility of it getting as bad as it did in the pool. So I can look into that as well.
Thank you.
Oh, don't see any other. Oh, Councilor Southcott.
3 or 4 kind of simple questions, which I could email to staff if we didn't want to entertain them. Or we could.
I don't know. Council, we want to go ahead and answer the question.
These are probably pretty quick. So special projects number 47, which is an assessment of this building, the City Hall. I didn't see energy efficiencies as part of the list of things that would be assessed, but I'm assuming that that would be included because we know from previous analysis that this building is extremely leaky and the heating system is a real patchwork actually. So can I imagine I could assume that that would be included in that?
Through the chair, absolutely. And Mr. Burtag, if you'd like to jump in, that should be part of any building assessment in this day and age. Thanks.
Thank you. Number
Yes,
50.
Through the chair, that's definitely something that we would put into the study.
Thank you. It was a concern for the previous Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Committee, looking at all these efficiencies. Number 53, the Haslam Dam, is that the weir going into the dam that we know as the weir going into Line Creek?
Yes, through the chair, that is the weir that spills into Duck Lake.
Okay, thank you. Number 66 is active transportation, I believe. I'm not looking at it right now, but it would that not fit into number 46, which is an overall transportation plan? Aren't the two connected, or are there like two different separate plans being considered?
If I could ask Mr. Gow and Mr. Burtag to speak to that, please.
Through the chair, I would suggest that the scope of those are different. The transportation master plan is in a much broader, look at the entire community, whereas the active transportation planning is much more focused on, for example, implementation of cycling infrastructure on a specific stretch of our community.
Probably Joyce Avenue, I'm thinking. Okay, thank you. Just one final question. I noticed in a couple of the charts here, there's a section right in the middle that is increases. Specifically, is that inflation due to inflation, or what are those increases? What does that account for?
Through the chair, each project has a different cost driver, and it's noted in the column, the notes column for each project, but mainly it was increase in costs. Some of these projects have been in the plan for a couple years, and so it might have been slotted for 2025, estimated a couple years ago, and here we are with cost increase. But some of them are for other reasons, and it's outlined in the notes column.
Okay, thank you. Good for me, thanks, Chair.
Almost been around the mulberry bush on this one. Councillor Palm, another question.
Yeah, through the chair, just one last question for me, and that is on the information that I'm going to be picking up hopefully in short order out of my letterbox. The capital projects, are they defined if they were to be reduced, have an effect on taxation? Are they defined in that manner on those printouts?
Through the chair, I would say most would, I can't say most. We would identify the reserve funding source, and I think that would help with it. For example, if it's a water project, those are funded by water user fees. And so those would impact the water reserve and the water user fees. So it's a cost to the taxpayer, but it's not through property taxes. So if we outline the reserves funding each project, I think that would help council understand the potential impact of changes.
So I'm going to use one specific example, and that is the throughway to Brooks down the pole line, using community forest funding to a large extent. Would that have any benefit, or would those funds, if that was cut, just stay in the community forest reserve?
Through the chair, in that scenario, it would benefit property taxes because the community forest funds similar capital projects that property taxes do for the city.
Yep.
Any other hands up with questions on this one? So I think we can venture on to the next item, which probably will be pretty quick, is 5.3, property tax rate analysis. Ms. Dennison.
Okay, hello again. I'll give a quick background on this report and then pass it over to council for discussion. So the background here is that we generally would talk about property tax rates between March and May after we have the assessment roll and we have direction on the property tax levy. But what council found last year is that it does feel quite rushed between March and May to consider changes to the property taxes. And so in discussion from last year, what we put forward in this year's schedule was that we should have a property tax discussion up front earlier in the process. Now, staff cannot provide tax rates at this point without the 2025 assessment roll and without the property tax levy direction. However, there is a ratio that we can analyze at any point when we're looking at property taxes and fairness across the classes, and that's the property tax ratio. And the property tax ratio is simply the property tax rate for one class compared to the property tax rate of the residential class. So if the residential class has a rate of 5 and utilities has a rate of 10, the ratio is a 2-to-1, utilities is double. And so what this report is simply providing council with some comparisons to other ratios for each class compared to some similar communities. And so again, through the community charter, council has full discretion to set property taxes and to set different rates for different classes. So this is fully within council's purview. The recommendation is, there's a proposed recommendation should you want to give staff direction to carry on as we normally would for the starting point of our discussion with property taxes, or if you would like to give direction on other changes to the ratios you'd like to see us come out of the gate with. That is a recommendation that could be given now. This very high level direction. This is direction for the first draft of property taxes, so it's very high level. So that's the background. Before I turn it over to questions, some other really useful background is that when we look at our total assessment base, 91% is residential class. The second largest is 6% at business class, and then the third largest is major industry, and that's at 2%. The remaining 1% is made up by 6 classes. So if we're talking about changes to the property tax ratio for any of those 6 classes, it's quite a small impact collectively as on all the taxpayers. If we're talking about ratio changes for the business class or major industry, that gets into some bigger impacts. So it's something to keep in mind. And I'll also touch on the fact that supportive housing has an assessed value of $2. So again, that isn't a class that would produce much change should we put any rigor into changing the ratio there. With that, I will pass it over to the committee for discussion and any questions you may have.
You. So I really like this chart where you have the various communities that show them, 18 or all the way down to 0. And I'm assuming 0 is like the same rate as residential is where we're at, I guess. So my question is, we seem to have a fairly high forest land, and I know that's a small percentage. It's just the question is compared to everyone else. And then our utilities seems, on the lower end compared to everyone else. And I know those are both not a high percentage of our revenue. I just wanted to understand that better.
Through the chair, I'll start with the easy one, which is utilities. And so that is a regulated class. It can max out at 2.5 times the business rate or 40, the greater of those two. And our approach has always been to max out the utilities class. Because the max right now is 2.5 times the business class, the only way to increase that would be to increase the business class rate. So that's where that one is at. I would presume the other communities are doing a very similar thing and just have a higher business class tax rate. Around managed forest lands, I don't have the history as to why the ratio is set at what it is. I do know that it includes 5 properties held by one single owner for a total assessed value of about $350,000. But I am at a loss for any sort of history as to why that was a priority for council to set it at that ratio, or as to why the other communities prioritize different ratios there.
Thank you.
Councillor Alameda.
None at the moment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you doing this report because I definitely was interested in seeing this due to hearing from businesses on a regular a lot of business. And I guess probably that is partly because I was in small business for a long time way back. And it also is, I found the report very interesting because our business ratio is not actually as high, relatively speaking, to the other communities that you've chosen here to comparatively for us, as I was expecting to see. So that was interesting. So my question is, relative to a belief I have, which I don't know is true or not, that back in the history of our community, the business ratio was actually lower. Like that I remember hearing that we tried to target 3 as a tax ratio, and it generally has been higher than 3, but it's not an awful lot higher than 3. Can you comment on that? And how much impact would it have, for example, on residential, if we were to slide the ratio down for business down to 3?
Through the chair, I don't have history on the 3 target. There's no policy in place, so it might have just been the will of council of the day. So I don't have direction there. And as far as the impact, that's something I could provide in the assessment report in January, or rather maybe a more appropriate time would be in March when we talk property taxes. So I could make a note, should the committee direct a sensitivity analysis on decreasing the ratio for business to bring forward at that point.
I'd make that motion if we need a motion.
Next thing, I think that's everybody's. Councillor Isaacson has a question.
Yeah. So you described the only way to increase utility taxation is to increase business taxation, but I'm looking at the comparisons and the utility amounts, the rate, for example, in they don't seem to be double what the business ones are, or maybe they are.
Through the chair, it's 2.5 times the rate, not the ratio. So we would need to dig up the rates, which we have, which we used to prepare this report, but
so those are the ratios, not the rates. Okay. That's the clarity I was looking for. Thanks. And that is everything for now. Yeah, for me.
Okay, folks, we have 2 options in the recommendations. We have 1 or number 2. Number 1 is pretty clear, and number 2 is pick something different. Your pleasure. So, Scott, you want to take a minute? It is at the beginning of the report. Page 2 of 14.
Okay. I'll move that the committee direct staff to use the current property tax rate setting methodology as a basis for the first draft of the City of Powell River 2025 property tax rates bylaw number 2752 during 2025 property tax rate deliberations.
Here for that. Councilor Elliott. Any discussion? I just want to make one comment that it's interesting. If we decrease the business rate, they're also going to be reducing the utilities because of the required connection by the law. So you kind of have to watch all the things because you know, what you think might be a small adjustment to the tax ratios can end up affecting the property owner a lot. I think we're all conscious what we have to pay as homeowners in taxes and what businesses have to pay. This I think we pass this, we can still change it before the time we come to issuing the tax notices. Lots of time. Anyone else? Councilor Isaac?
Thank you. I came into this wanting to consider reducing the business rate or the business ratio, and the utility class connection piece is the one that gives me hesitation to do so, because it's not insignificant what we get from utilities. And so I'm, and I don't, maybe question to staff. Do you know what that number is currently? It's 0.31%, but my understanding is there not a connection to some of our taxes? Yeah, it's complicated.
Through the chair, being only 0.31% in 2024, because keeping in mind the power generated at the mill site is classified in major industry. So the 2024 assessed rule might really impact the assessed value in that class. So until we receive that, there are many scenarios that we could be seeing next year. So great question.
So process of clarity, if we all voted in favor of this and we wanted to rescind that or do something different in the future, any of us would be able to make that motion in a future meeting. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Elliott.
Can we pass this motion and still make a motion to have information about what the impacts of putting the business at a 3-to-3 ratio would be?
Through the chair, that'd be great direction to staff. You could absolutely do both of those. This recommendation would allow us to bring forward our initial recommendation based on status quo, and then we could have an option where we do a little sensitivity analysis and show the tax rates under a scenario with a ratio of 3.
Thank you.
It's on the motion that's in front of us. All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Not opposed. That carries unanimously. And Councilor Elliott, you have a follow-up motion?
Yes, please. I recommend that staff I move that the committee directs staff to bring back information in January when it's possible about the impacts of lowering the business ratio to 3.
Elliott, would you like to tell us all?
So I noticed in the chart that the business ratio average is 3 amongst the communities that we were looking at. I think we want our community to be competitive when it comes to that. And I do think small businesses need to be, able to survive here in our community. So looking at that information might help us to make a decision that could be very, very helpful to our entire economy. So I want to see that information.
Question through the chair to staff. I saw you making a face CFO Dennison, and I'm wondering if there's any information that you want to share about this motion or what that was about.
Through the chair, yes, thank you so much. If we bring this analysis forward in January, we'll be basing it on the current property tax levy, but we'll be using at least the completed 2025 assessment roll. So it would be preliminary information. And so I just wanted to preface that this is information I would likely see fitting into the property assessment report and including it there. And then when we were to discuss it later in the process, it might change if the property tax levy changes. So this will be tied to the January property tax levy estimate. So it'd be earlier in the process for discussion, which is the benefit, but it'd be less of a vetted property tax number. So very much a directional estimate at the time that we could provide.
In view of our expectation that a certain industrial operation is going to be reclassified as a utility, would that information be provided to us in January before you do that report, or provide us with that information?
Through the chair, my hope is that the January completed roll would provide that information. But in speaking with BC Assessment, it is very possible that that information will not be on the completed roll in January, but would be changed as a supplemental in between the completed roll and the revised roll in March. And so I have asked that question and in many discussions with BC Assessment over the timing, and I've really asked that January be a fair picture of where they see things, but I don't have a guarantee for that.
If I may, follow-up question. If it isn't provided, would it still be possible for you to come to or present information to us that would consider the possibility of that change, as well as on the basis of the information, the concrete information that you would have to go from?
Through the chair, it's confidential information how properties assessment is broken down asset by asset. So unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to publicly discuss those details or be privy to them necessarily.
Every time somebody speaks, I see more people that want to speak and more questions they have. So I'm going to focus. Got a speakers list. We have a recommendation that the committee directs staff to bring back information in January about the impacts of lowering business ratio to 3. And I'd like to talk about that.
Me too.
Councilor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. In response to your answers, CFO, would it be better to bring this report back in February when the data that you have is a little bit more solidified? I know it's still working, but.
Through the chair, February would provide more solid numbers for council to consider. And so it would mitigate that risk of providing early direction and council decides to go one way and then the numbers change and then we decide to go another direction in the spring. So February is a safer bet to avoid that unintended consequence of changing directions, and hopefully would still give some sufficient time to contemplate it. So, but either is possible. There's pros and cons to each. So either is possible.
So when I originally asked the question, you tied that to when you did the report, and I can't remember which report you were talking about, you could do this sensitivity analysis. If we remove January and put it to that report, would that help?
Through the chair, it would be ideal to have it in March for the initial property tax rate discussion. It would be ideal.
So if we amended the motion to say staff to bring back information during the discussion of property rates, would that be sort of a better process in your mind?
Through the chair, that'd be ideal. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'd move that amendment then.
I'd like to see the amendment.
Yeah, I think she's working on it. It was to remove January or in January and replace it with at the time of the property tax rate discussion.
Discussion? Those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Carried unanimously.
And back to the main motion.
That is the amendment, yes. On the main motion, any discussion? All those in favor?
It's amended.
Any opposed? It's carried. Oh, got one more item, then reports for information and questions, which I think might take a little while tonight. So I'm going to suggest,
A bio break.
since we've been here for 2.5 hours, that we take a 10-minute break and stretch and move around a little bit. And take 10 minutes off. We'll be back for item number 5.4. It'll be an easy one, won't it? is around somewhere. I think we're exceeding our 10 minutes maybe. I don't want to get letters saying we took too long. Councillor Elliott in the cookie room. Yep, there she is. Oh, she found a sandwich. Okay, so Mr. IT person, are we all hooked up and ready to go? See lots of heads nodding. So we are at item 5.4 on our agenda, Council Remuneration Supplemental Report. And I'll just refer to the CAO about how she'd like to deal with this report.
Okay, through the chair, we do have Ms. Walls with us, and she was a major part in creating this report. So we've come back to you with some options, including items that you requested back on November 5th. So Council, I'm not sure how much detail you'd like us to go into in terms of reading out and reviewing the contents here, but we're really looking for your direction on a number of items. So you'll see in the report, there is information on parental leave and childcare, extended health, dental and vision, life insurance and accidental death and dismemberment coverage, and then how you may wish to have that included in your remuneration. So there's a number of different options, and I think what we're looking for from council is what would you like and how could we come back to you with this? Thank you.
So there's quite a widespread number of issues there. We've got council remuneration, the pay of mayor and councillors as one part of the question. We've got the question of benefits, whether they should be provided at all, and if they're provided, who are they provided to and who pays for them? That's the second one. We've got the third item of child care or parental leave and whether that should be included or not. And other ones, what have I missed? There are some other ones, but I'd like to have an opportunity for council members to review and ask any questions. We've had a couple of days to look at the report that staff put together in a short period of time for us on this. And so I'd like to do what we've been doing, is go around the table and ask questions about the report until people are ready to make recommendations, and then probably making the recommendations on each individual concept there would probably be the most effective. It's a lot of things to deal with at one time. We don't have to deal with them all tonight, but it'd be a good idea to get more understanding and talk about the direction we want to go. So if that works for everybody, we'll start right down there at Councillor Palm, and can start with questions, and we'll go around as many times as we have to.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't have a lot of questions. I think most of those were answered the previous time we discussed this at some length. So I will simply state my position. And that is, as far as I'm concerned, we are adequately compensated in terms of remuneration, which has increased quite greatly over a large period of time. And I didn't sign up make a great deal of money in this. It's a service to the community, and that's why I'm here. As far as benefits, I stated last time that if you are retired, you are required to pay for your benefits, which I do. So I would leave that alone and say if any individual councillor wants benefits, it should be at their cost, and then they're certainly entitled to those. The one item that I find interesting is that it states here, lastly, council has the option to include an annual pass to the recreation complex in line with staff benefits, which is valued at $607 per person or $514 for seniors. So I'm quite certain that by accessing the recreation complex and working out There's no substantial cost to do that to the city other than it on paper. So I would be in favor of that because I would certainly like to go to the complex and work out on a regular basis. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Elliott, you have any questions?
I don't really have questions. No, I wanted to, I think we've, this is the second time this has come around, and we could probably get to making some motions, which I would want to contribute to, but.
Councillor Alameda, questions?
Similar boat. I think when we start getting into deliberations, I might have some more thoughts at that time. Thank you, Chair.
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Isaacson.
No questions. Ready to get into debate and deliberation.
He wants to get down to it. Maybe it's because it's getting later in the year. Anyone have any motions to make?
Yep.
Councillor Isaacson.
I have a general motion that staff prepare amendments to council remuneration, benefits, and expense policies to include the decisions made at this meeting.
I'll second that.
Yep.
Councillor Alameda, second.
So just to speak to that, rather than making one big motion with the things that we might want to include, this allows us to, as we did with a procedure bylaw, just say we're going to make a bunch of decisions and please include them all. But this is just a general motion to get us going, and then we can deliberate on each item as councillors decide to put forward.
Else have any input? Vote on that motion. All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Excuse me. Any other motions?
I'll start with maybe an easy one that Councillor Palm mentioned. I move that we include an annual pass to the recreation complex.
Seconder for that. Councillor Palm, were you seconding it?
It's in line with staff benefits. It doesn't add a net cost. We are using a service, but we don't, there isn't a direct individual cost to that service, cash-wise to the city. And it may get council to increase using the complex and have a better understanding of the services that that the community relies on.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. It says in line with the staff, and I don't really know what the staff get. Is it an individual pass, or if people have families, is it changed for that, or is it always just an individual pass?
Through the chair, Mr. Retzlaff has confirmed it's individual because thanks.
Okay, thank you. I do think that the recreation complex is being used or open, and the costs are there. This is kind of a no-cost way to help improve the health of people in general. The health of councillors is as important as staff, and so I don't see this being. I think this is a good thing to add.
Those in favor of the motion? No one opposed. That carries unanimously.
Got more, but I'll pass. I can share the load.
So I would move that we make our policy for council remuneration to remain the same for 2025 and 2026, and with an increase for 2027 of CPI minimum of 2, maximum of 4%. And I meant of, yeah, that's right. In 2027 and thereafter until the council of the day decides differently. But we don't have to have that part, but it just, yeah, in 2027.
Through the chair, if you might repeat that for staff recording.
Yeah, to prepare Yeah, so the remuneration bylaw with a remuneration remaining the same for 25 and 26, an increase in 2027 by CPI or minimum of 2% and a maximum of 4%. So if CPI is in the middle of 2 and 4, you would receive CPI. If it's more than 4, you would not get more than 4. If it's under 2, you would still get 2.
Elliot, you want to?
Yeah, so costs are not going down. I'm fine with my remunerations, but I think when we come into the next elections, the folks that maybe couldn't afford to do the job because of remuneration matters, they could then see the remuneration keeping up with CPI and not losing ground. And maybe it would matter to them and so you might get a broader representation from the community running for office. I know that this last election we had the most broad representation from the community than we've ever seen in an election, and I believe that it is because of decisions made of the previous council. And so I think it's a good idea to continue to attract a broad range of people into elections to represent our community.
Thank you. This appears to be vague in one respect to me, and that is an increase in 2027 by CPI. CPI referenced on what year prior? The prior year, or is that the assumption here? Or would it be CPI back to 2024? Or it's in question.
I would assume it would be the most recent release CPI by the Canada Revenue Agency of the day that they're assessing this, but you could specify that in the motion if you like.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. I like this motion because it balances kind of two things. One, that current council remuneration is a little bit above average in comparison to some of our comparable communities. And each of us did enter in this job knowing what the salary was, and maybe we were expecting a potential increase annually. But given the financial challenges that we're going into, I think it's fair to hold the line for we held it last year and for the next 2 years. That being said, I would like us to keep pace after that time and for us to make this hard decision for potential future raises rather than leaving that to the next council. And so having council members or potential council members have certainty that the pay will increase in the future, I think is helpful. As Councillor Elliott said, we had a wide diversity of people run for council this year, including young parents, and I think that's really important. I do agree with Councillor Prom that, you know, this is, you do this as a service. It is a community service to be on council in the sense that it is a lot of work and it does not pay the same as many full-time jobs. That being said, though, it has to be, the pay has to keep up in order for the remuneration to allow people to have the choice. So for some people, they don't even have the financial choice to run for council. There needs to be some sort of stability for many people to decide to run in the first place and for it to be even a choice that they can fathom. And this helps allow it a little bit. I think it's reasonable and I support it.
I don't see any other hands, so I'll just jump in on my own here. I don't think that the current remuneration is preventing anyone from running for council. As the other speakers have said, each time we have an election, the last two that I know of, there's been over a dozen people running for the opportunity to serve their community. It's a part-time job. You can't expect it to be anything close to full-time pay because it's a part-time job. Some people put more effort into it and more time into it than others. But I think the remuneration is good for what we do as city councilors. And I didn't run because of the dollar value of the job. And matter of fact, I didn't look into what the pay was for it until after I'd been elected. But there we are. I think this actually puts us, it doesn't provide any increases for 24, 25, and 26, which will mean that inflation is going ahead while councillors' wages don't increase. But after that, it gives a following basically of the consumer price index, and there's gradual increases after that. So I think it's appropriate, and I will support this motion. Anyone else? All those in favor of the motion we have in front of us? Any opposed? It's carried unanimously. Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. I move that staff include provisions for enrollment in the city's group benefits plan, of which 100% will be paid by the city starting in November 2026, which is the next term, and includes options for voluntary withdrawal.
Have a seconder for that?
I want to clarify before seconding.
Oh, Councillor Southcott seconded it, I believe. Go ahead, Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, the reasons for doing, to specify the city's group benefits plan, this is not the UBCM one specifically for councillors. It's a benefits plan that city staff are already engaged in, and so it would be matching what city staff members receive. I made this motion so that it applies to future councils and not to this one, again, because I signed up for this knowing what the remuneration and benefits were. Again, attracting a diversity of residents to run for council, again, so it can be a choice for families in an increasingly expensive society. This allows for people who may have to pull back on their hours from a full-time job to part-time hours in order to make time for this. Often when you move to part-time, you lose benefits with a job. And so this allows, again, for people who are in particular of working age, or perhaps who are retired and didn't have the benefit of paying into a plan when they were employed, allows a little bit of additional support. I think it's important to that council members have the opportunity to withdraw, and I believe that's usually how it happens. You have another provider and you can withdraw, and so if a council member is covered somewhere else, then that's great. But for future councils, again, this is not for our council, this is for future councils, it allows especially younger people who are still working, who may have to draw back on their hours for their current job, and possibly cut back on the benefits that job would have provided, allows them some certainty in knowing that their family is, that they as individuals and whatever that is covered is covered. There's a cost associated with this. I think our job is to look out for the best interest of our community, and I think the interests of our community are best served by making sure that a diversity of individuals who represent the wide range of demographics in our community feel like council is something that can work for them and their family, and this helps make that possible. Research done by groups who look into different levels of government and attracting diverse people to run. This sort of benefit attracts parents, young people, women to be able to run. And I think it's important that those types of people see themselves as this job being possible for them. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
I just wanted Councillor Isaacson to review what's up on the committee, help staff make sure they have it right.
Okay. I mean, I didn't need the first part because I think the very first motion of tonight directs staff to provide amendments, but Let's see, include provisions for mayor and council enrollment in the city's extended benefits plan at 100% cost coverage starting in November 2026. Yeah, so again, that's for the next council, not for us.
Comment on it now that it's. Thank you, Chair. So what I like about the motion is that it has that option that Councillor Palm was looking for opting out. So those folks who maybe have full benefits through retirement or some other way could opt out and save the city that cost. For those people that it really matters for, they can have the stability of health coverage while they're on council without losing benefits if it was available to them before through another job that they are then cutting back on. I also like that it starts next term, so it isn't about this council, it's about the next council. And of course, there's an election in between, and so that provides the community opportunity to make that an election issue if they wish to do so. And so I'm in support of the motion.
Couple of comments that I'd like to say on it. First is that we're talking about benefit plans, and there's a lot of people that are employed in this community that don't have benefit plans from their employers. There's a lot of people in the community with benefit plans where their employer doesn't pay 100%, or might pay 50%, another percentage of pay. And I think we should think about that. And then the other question is who pays and what's fair? Those are two separate questions. But if the individual councillor was to pay for 100% of the costs, that would provide something that's not available now. The individual councillor can't just go and sign up on the city's benefit plan. You'd have to make changes to the benefit plan to allow individual councillors to sign up. Then they could pay their own at 50% or 100% of the benefit plan. And then the other one, I hesitate to bring up as fairness, is that you have people who are already enrolled in benefit plans they've earned and they're paying for. And to say, well, we're really glad that you have a benefit plan, but we're going to provide this to other people who doesn't have it. Brings up a question of fairness to me. And if we were individually paying for our benefits, if there was an allowance to pay for benefits and it went to people who have their own plan or pay for a plan for people who don't have a plan, that would be another option. But this way, I just don't like the idea of adding it on to some people at a rate that's better than people can find in jobs in the community. Councillor Palm.
Thanks to the chair. I agree with many of the comments that you just made, Councillor Dowd, and just bring up 2 points. One, it's already been stated at the table here tonight that we as a council are making slightly more than some of the other jurisdictions around us. We have also just voted for a 2 to 4% increase for the incoming council in 2027. That's anywhere from $600 to $1,200 annually, which would help that councillor purchase benefits if they so wish to do so. And the other point I want to make is each of us as individuals vary greatly as to needs in terms of benefits. So trying to paint a broad brush on this one just doesn't work for me with 100% of the cost. I can't vote for this motion, and I can vote for something that would simply state at councillor's cost or individual councillor's cost. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Almeida.
2 questions. Chair, first to staff, what is the current ratio that city staff pay towards their benefits?
Through the chair, I'm going to defer to Ms. Denniston and Ms. Walls on this one. Thank you.
It's fully covered. Through the chair, benefits are fully covered by the employer.
Thank you. Second question to my more mature counselors here. There's been reference to other benefit plans that are achieved through previous arrangements or what. And a couple of references to, I'm just curious, I guess, because I'm not in that position. Can those be opted out of, or is there a certain requirement because of age or position that those plans can't be opted out? So I'm just trying to get a better picture of the scenario for different age groups and demographics.
Sure. I've heard for a long time about anybody who wanted to opt out of a benefit plan that's available to them, because most people want to have a benefit plan. And one of the things I do know is the difficulty is coming to the end of employment. If you have a medical plan, or you come to the end of employment and you lose that plan that you have with the employer, it can be difficult at times, particularly as you grow older, to get similar coverage from a new plan. You don't do it within a certain timeline, you can end up without any medical plan, benefit plan. So most people I know, once they have a medical benefit plan, want to maintain that as long as they can. Councillor Susskind, sorry. Thinking somebody else's chair.
Thank you, Chair. You do a great job chairing. I do support this recommendation. I'm one of the lucky ones, and I think my generation is by and large similarly lucky to have worked a job that had benefits attached to it. And then when I retired from that job, I was given the option of buying benefits as part of the pension that I received on retirement. So my pension is lower and I get benefits. So essentially, I guess that amounts to I buy benefits. The point is that because of my pension and also the government pensions that I'm receiving due to my age, I am quite adequately looked after in that regard. So the reason I support this is because I would opt out in deference to savings or deference to others, deference to the tax-paying public. Not that me opting out is going to amount to an awful lot, but I am thoroughly in support of schemes that give greater allowance for people who don't have the privilege that I have or the advantage. And I appreciate what I've got, and I want to find ways to share with others. And that's why I support this, particularly the option to opt out. And I'm quite grateful to have what I have. I really want to see our society shift from the meritocratic style of it to looking after each other more. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few final comments for me. I think, the issue of fairness is important. And I think there's a difference between fairness and equity. Fairness is everybody gets the same thing, and equity is people that don't have something get it. And so it's very true that a lot of people in this community don't have jobs with benefits. And I think, to me, the solution was, everyone should get benefits, not that we try to take them away from as many people as we can. If the costs were paid 100% by a counselor, that claws back from somebody who obviously doesn't have a place for benefits and would need them. And so it is a penalty for those who come into this job without access to benefits. And increasingly, younger people are in jobs, unionized or not, that increasingly don't have some of the benefits that previous generations have enjoyed, and enjoyed rightly. I think that many of the benefits that used to come with jobs have been taken away, and it really impacts the future of the workforce. And so this reflects the realities of the fact that that the world is changing, and we are in a very fortunate position of being able to decide our remuneration and benefits and expenses. And so, given that we do have complete power over making these decisions, I think it's important to make one that, in a small way, can really open the doors for more people to make this active public service work for them. It is an active public service, but it is not, I mean, you have to be elected, so it isn't achievable for everyone, but the choice to even decide to run to begin with involves, for some people, a lot of calculations for them and their families, and this makes it more possible for more people. Thank you.
Councillor Pong.
Yeah. Chair, just one point in terms of the 100% cost. That's a cost to the city. And in terms of our current financial picture, which is not rosy, we don't know what's going to be like in 2027. So I can't support 100% cost for a councillor's benefits, but I can certainly provide those benefits by saying it's at your own cost, considering you're going to be getting an increase in remuneration. So that's the point I'm trying to make. There's a cost to the city in this motion that does not have to be there. And the incoming council certainly can make a change to that if they wish to do so. So I'm not going to be voting for the motion as presently worded.
Councillor Elamy.
Thank you, Chair. I left a role after getting elected that had benefits that were completely covered, thankfully. And I was actually surprised when I signed my paperwork prior to inauguration, or whatever we got. Was it inauguration? Yeah. I was actually surprised to find out that councillors didn't get benefits. It befuddled me that that wasn't a conversation that had already happened some time ago. I can understand where some of my council mates have shared about the plans that they're already spending money on, and the challenges, as Councillor Doubt might have alluded to, that if one was to opt out and then take on a plan, take on the city's plan, then if they leave their city council position, they might not be able to opt back in to a current plan. So I'm in favor of the motion as it stands, or if we were to go more along the lines of what Councillor Palm's talking about, either we then everyone pays if you want, but we increase the salary, not the 2 to 4%, because that won't even cover this. But we increase it in line with what the cost of the benefits would be. And then if you opt out, then everyone's getting the same, whether you choose to opt in and your benefits are covered at a slightly lower income, or you opt out and you get a little bit more income to go towards the benefits you're paying for yourself. So, but otherwise I'm content with the motion as it stands.
I do. Through the chair, I just want to clarify that based on the report, there's two different options for benefits. One is for regular unionized staff, which requires a 3 council minimum for mayor and council to participate. And the other option is the exempt staff plan. So attachment 3 gives those details. And I just wanted to be sure that which one you were directing to be part of in the motion.
Okay, good.
I thought you had made it clear in your discussion that you were not talking about the one that the UBC.
Yes, so it's not the one where you have to have a minimum 3, it's the group benefits plan. Yeah. So I guess that would be the exempt staff policy.
Through the chair would be if we could just tweak the motion then to make it clearer. Thank you.
Motion to amend the current motion to include clarification that it's the exempt staff policy that we are speaking to. I don't know how that.
We'll second that if that works for staff.
Councillor Alameda seconds it. Discussion on the amendment.
Just to say that it just clarifies my original intention and what I was basing this discussion on.
Up. All those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? Councillor Palm is opposed. The motion carries. Oh, now we have the amended motion, and here's the motion. All those in favor of the motion as amended? Favor? Opposed? Palm and myself are opposed, and the motion carries. Anything else? Councillor Isaacson.
Yes, I move that staff include provisions for a reduction in remuneration for breaches of the code of conduct.
By Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, this was came out of the previous staff report that in developing the code of conduct, there are examples of times where reduction in remuneration might be a possible opportunity for sanction of a council member, and so including reference to that in the policy would align the two once the code of conduct passes. And so I'm sure these two things will be done in step with each other, and it just allows for the preparation for those things to be matched.
I have a question for staff, maybe Councillor Isaacson too, because my recollection of the previous time we discussed this motion was it was postponed until after we had our discussion on the code of conduct, which I think is coming up soon.
Through the chair, if I could, Ms. Walls, are you able to chime in from where you are?
Through the chair, sorry, the question cut out a little bit. Could I hear it one more time?
Question was that I think we had discussed this motion, and the motion was put on the table at a previous meeting, and that the motion was subsequently postponed until such a time as we were discussing the code of conduct, so that we could do them both together. That's my recollection of what took place. I didn't know this motion was going to be made in this way. I didn't do the research before I came, but that's my recollection of what happened.
Chair, are you referring to at the last meeting or during one of the code of conduct meetings? Like the November 3rd meeting, is that what you're referencing?
That was, I think, the first time that we talked about changes to council remuneration. And the motion at that time was that we delay the consideration, or we postpone, or we table, I'm not sure which, the discussion until we had the code of conduct up for discussion again.
Through the chair, if I might ask if we give staff a little bit of time to look at the action list so they can confirm the motion and provide that. Thank you.
Councillor, again, lots of people want to chime in. Councillor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. I think just in reference to your question, since we are agreeing to not increase remuneration for 2025, there's probably less of a rush to get this report or these revisions done in the next month. That I'm wondering, and then so since our staff is going to come back with a draft policy, a long draft policy of where we're at with the code of conduct, I'm thinking that having them both on the table, because we can still remove them or edit them after they come to us, I don't see a problem with having this here right now, is my feeling.
Councillor Elliott.
I think it's a premature motion. I think it's out of order because we're talking about a code of conduct we don't have. And so we can't actually put wording in a draft or otherwise that reflects the code of conduct that we do not have. And so I believe the motion is out of order.
I'm going to right in and rule on that because I think you're right. I think it is out of order and I probably should have ruled it out of order the first time.
This is what I was trying to do with my hand.
A while for my mind to get around to what we had done before. So I'm sure we'll be talking about it again, but right now I'm ruling it out of order.
Right.
Councillor Almeida.
I'll take the torch from Councillor Isaacson for a little bit. I will move that staff draft or bring back a parental leave and childcare policy. I'll say somewhat in line with, I saw City of New Westminster and childcare benefits similar to Prince George, but higher than $40 a day.
Second.
I'll speak to it if it. Let me explain and then you can decide. So, in reviewing the policies, I appreciated staff providing a couple of different examples to review. The one reason I pointed out the New West one, and it's not for everything, but we're in a unique situation right now where we have the mayor who had to take a leave, and while he's not having a child or adopting a child, one thing I appreciated is that he's on a leave for a period of time, but when he's able to, he has been able to attend, and he's tried to attend wherever he physically can. And I could see the same situation happening for a new parent, where there might be space in their capacity to attend certain things, whether virtually or in person or not. And the New West policy seemed to have that flexibility where they could be on leave and still attend where capable or step aside if not. Whereas I think it was Courtney or whichever the first one was there had like an all or nothing. If you go on leave, you're completely on leave and you can't be involved. And I think, we saw parents at UBCM with their babies in hand and such that I think having the flexibility, but also the understanding that, hey, you might not be able to be there, but if you can be there, then that would be great is where I'd like to see it go. And in terms of the childcare, I thought Prince George had at least laid it out, but they listed $40 a day, and that seemed a little low at current childcare minding rates.
Before we get too far, I'm going to ask you if what's up on the screen reflects what you said, because my recollection was that you had asked staff to draft a policy. You didn't say include parental leave and childcare benefits.
I did, but I might have said it fast. So we'll continue from what's been said. So in line with the City of New Westminster, and include a childcare rate similar to Prince George, which was 4.7 on Prince George.
So your motion is to include a parental leave policy, not to ask for a report on one.
Yes.
Okay, so it's one step, not two. Okay, Councillor Isaacson, your hands up.
Have you spoken to your motion?
Yes.
Yeah, I was looking at the different ones, and I actually spoke to a counselor from the District of Squamish who's currently on parental leave to find out, did it work for you? Would you suggest any tweaks? And she said it worked great. It's similar to the City of New West one. And one thing that she did like about it was that it wasn't an all or nothing, that if the person, because once you have a child, you just don't know what it's going to be like. Maybe you want to get out of the house and attend all council meetings, or maybe you're going to be absent the entire time. And I think, again, with the current mayor on leave, I think it's helpful, especially at the council table, to be able to participate as much as possible, but knowing that you're not going to be kicked out of your job by the community charter by that. I also, one of the things that I like about it is that there's clarity on if you have other appointments that if you're not going to carry them out, if you cannot carry them out, that those are passed on, but there's the option to get back into your appointments when you return from leave. And I also like it that it's inclusive of a variety of parental situations. So I support the parental leave piece here. I actually have concerns, or I would suggest something different from the childcare benefits policy. And so I'm wondering if I could split them, the parental leave and the childcare benefits policy, to be separate.
Are you making a motion like that?
Well, yeah, they're not really two clauses that can be
Whether you're making a motion
split.
or not.
I move to split this motion into the parental and childcare benefits pieces separately.
You have a seconder for that? For Alameda.
Through the chair, sorry, just for clarity, is this, so you're wanting to make into two separate motions?
Yes.
So I'm, because, yeah, for the amendment, and just as a side note, if we can just have a bit of time to put the motion on the screen when it's made, even before it's seconded, just so we make sure we get on the screen what exactly what you're wanting to say. But for this, because if we're amending that motion to make two separate motions, then we'll have to. It would be like having two motions on the floor. So I might instead suggest that the amendment motion be to strike one of those items from this motion and only vote on one of them, and then create a new motion for the second one, if that is how it goes. Thank you.
Okay, so on advice of corporate officer, I would say strike references to the child care benefits policy and the Prince George.
Second for discussion.
Curious about what the motion would say after that amendment. It's not clear to me exactly what the remaining motion.
So to be specific, then it'd be to strike and childcare. Sorry. Yeah, to strike that.
Also further down in the last line, there's a child care rate similar to Prince.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Start to add policy back in though. There you go.
What do you have your hand up for?
Well, because I made the amendment, and so I'd like to speak to it now that it's been seconded.
Trying to understand exactly where we are. Amendment to strike reference to child care benefits policy similar to Prince George, and an also amended motion, the amended motion that staff include parental leave policy. So if we pass this amendment, the intention is that the amended motion would be that staff include parental leave policy in line with the City of New Westminster. Not draft a report on that or anything else, but that staff include a policy.
That's the intention of my
Are
motion.
you happy with that? Any discussion on the amendment? Councilor Isaacson?
Yeah, just to clarify to the mover of the main motion, I would still like to talk about childcare benefits, but because I want to get into a more fulsome discussion, or I have more concerns about the way that yours was originally worded, I just wanted to separate the two. So my intention is not to not have that.
Councilor Palm?
Yeah, through the chair, just a point of clarification. I know that at least I believe the previous motion on benefits would not take effect until next term in 2027. Is that the case that you're suggesting for this motion as well?
Actually, Councillor Alameda's motion, not Councillor Isaacson's.
There's no timeline. I'm just questioning the timeline.
So right now we're dealing with the amendment, which doesn't include the date. And when we get back to the main motion, I think that's a valid question.
Favor of the amendment? Any opposed? Councillor Palm's opposed. The amendment carries. Now we are, I think, on the amended main motion. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So, leave is always possible with approval of the council. On the timing of it, I don't see this council having anyone having babies between now and the end of our term. So I think it's a moot point around timing, but I mean, clarity could be added for the next council similar to the other motions. The point I guess I wanted to support was the idea of a councillor maybe, you know, being pregnant and feeling anxiety over whether their leave might be approved or not approved. And so this simply adds clarity to the idea that people who are giving birth are entitled to some leave if they want it. And they don't have to take it. It's just if they want it, that nobody's going to force them to, you know, resign their post because they had a baby. And I think it's a good leadership stance to take, and it provides equity among people who are in different situations. So I'm in support of it.
Councillor Alameda.
Thank you. To answer Councillor Palm's question, I didn't have a timeline in mind, and Councillor Elliott's right. There's maybe very low likelihood that anyone has a baby, but the policy also talks about adoption, and that could happen at any point in time too, if as Councillor Elliott knows full well. Yeah, I could say next year or 27. I'm indifferent, but it's likely that it won't be a policy that needs to be used or taken advantage of in the next 2 years, but it's one that doesn't really cost anything. It just allows for that freedom and flexibility.
Don't see any other speakers. I'm going to chime in. So it's my opinion that regardless of whether we have a policy that allows for parental leave, the parental leave should be granted regardless, and that a councillor would be entitled to parental leave regardless under the laws of the land. I don't think we need a policy to provide that, and hopefully people wouldn't be anxious about that, because I think people who have unemployment should be, or a position with the government should be allowed to have that parental leave. Would have been more inclined to support this if we were asking for a report from staff on the details of the plan. We're not doing that. We're simply authorizing staff to write a policy. And I have a concern about policies that are partial, where you can be on a leave of absence except for when you don't want to be. You can decide when you will attend, when you might come to a council meeting because there are things that you want to vote on where your vote might make a difference, or you may opt in or opt out depending on your personal and political preferences. I would prefer to see a parental leave where if you're on parental leave, you're on leave and you come back when you're done. That's just my opinion, and I think it leaves it open for misuse of the concept of a leave, where people are partially in, partially out. How do you determine which of their assigned committee duties and which jobs in the community that they're expected to do are they doing? What days are they on leave? What days are they not? Who are they responsible to? I think those are all up in the air, so I won't be supporting the motion as it is. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to point out that as part of the staff report that we were talking about right now, there is an outline of some policies from other communities. New Westminster is one of them. And so most of the questions you're talking about are answered within the policy. And if we structure our draft policy on that one, it would come back to us in a form of a draft policy, which we could comment on at that time. And so I don't have the same concerns that you have for this motion.
Councillor Palm.
Through the chair, just one last point. In terms of parental leave, without a report, we have no idea of the cost or length of time or whether the individual will be paid while they're on leave. So I can't vote for this motion as is.
Councillor Almeida.
To echo Councillor Elliott and answer Councillor Palm's question, the cost is the same cost that councillor would be making when they're present, just like the mayor is on leave right now and is not getting affected. And let's see, I might have some other thoughts in a second. That's a cost. And then the second thing, to Councillor Elliott's point, is staff is going to come back with the draft policy. So once the draft is there, we might edit it. Like New West says 61 weeks right now, which might seem high. We might want to go with 18 or 25. Those options will still be available when the policy draft comes back.
With respect, the motion doesn't include a draft policy. The motion says include a parental leave policy,
which we have to approve.
Through the chair, Ms. Walls has some clarification if we might let her speak through the chair.
Through the chair, similar to what Councillor Almeida just said, but the policy would come before council before anything's adopted, and those changes can certainly be made. It sounds like if there was, in Councillor Almeida's motion, there was a policy to model after, and so that's what a policy would be drafted in line with, and then of course, like anything, it does come to council before adoption, and you can direct staff to make any changes you wish to see. And further, the cost, again, like Councillor Almeida said, it would just be continuing to pay for the councilor's remuneration as normal, as if they were still in attendance, and that term could be set by a policy or ad hoc. Perhaps the councilor only wants 6 months, or a councilor wants a year, or what have you. So those are also options that council can decide on. Thank you.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. I support this motion. It provides for when we get it back, again, this relates to the original motion made tonight saying staff prepare amendments and et cetera for the decisions made tonight. So it'll come back towards us. The City of New West has some good language that they worked on, and it provides us a good starting point and a place for staff to get direction on what to base it on. And if we pass this, then I would look forward to the draft. And it was helpful for me to reach out to parents literally using their own municipality's parental leave policy right now, and what it made possible for them to have that policy in place rather than relying on hopefully the support of the rest of council. But it's hard to, you can't guarantee that, and it would be very helpful for someone who is in a place in their life where they are considering expanding their family, or in some cases you can't predict it. If someone finds themselves in a situation where they are adopting because of an emergency in their family, it provides some certainty that they can continue in their role and still care for their growing family. So again, it's all part of the process of expanding this role and being attractive and possible for more different people.
On the amended main motion, all those in favor? Any opposed? You opposed, the motion carries. On this one, for Isaacson.
Yeah, so I will. So one of the, okay, I move that provisions in the policy ensure enough allowance in the allowance is included in the budget for attendance to AVICC and UBCM conferences with an added margin to allow for additional unplanned travel and for one member of council to attend FCM. I think that's it. Yeah.
Specify which policy you're talking about?
I think this is the expense. So the original motion tonight talked about remuneration, benefits, and travel and expenses, and so it's part of the policy package. Yeah.
That reflect the motion you want to make?
Maybe for full council attendance at the very first line. Yeah, I think that's it.
Led by Councillor Pienta.
So to speak to the motion, in the original report 2 weeks ago, staff were looking for guidance on how on the travel and expense policy and the related budget. And so there were a couple options included in there, whether or not budget for one member to include FCM should be included. And I think it's valuable for us all to attend those. We haven't necessarily. I'm open for it being less than full council, but I wouldn't necessarily want to. So anyways, I'm open to changes to this, but I know that staff are looking for direction. And so I wanted to include this as one of the motions and providing this as a starting point.
Elliott.
Thank you. I just kind of have a question of staff. Is policy about full attendance and so forth as it impacts the budget appropriate, or is this more appropriate to individual budget exercises? So generally we take assumptions that we're continuing the previous year's service levels, and then through the budget deliberation we decide whether that's what we actually want to do or not, if we want to change something about that. Would this then fetter the ability of us to make budget decisions in any given year, or would we just have to change the policy if we wanted to do something different? So my question is whether this is actually more of a budget exercise question than something that belongs in an overall policy.
Leo, do you have an answer for that?
Through the chair, I am going to ask for some help from my colleagues on our team. One of the things that I am looking at, and I'm actually, is that you do need to understand the implications of all the choices you've made. And this is why the time is good to have you consider this right now, because what we'll be doing is bringing this back in terms of, here's all the things you've asked for, here's the dollar amounts that it looks like. Ms. Dennison, I don't know if you'd like to chime in.
Through the chair, that financial implication on each recommendation will be helpful in moving things forward. And your question on the policy, I think this would complement the budget. So the budget is put together based on policies and bylaws that are in existence. So when there is a policy that exists, such as the reserve bylaw, that informs the budget. So it's a very acceptable approach to do, and I think it is a very sure way to ensure council's priorities are being carried out in the budget.
Thank you.
Almeida.
Thank you, Chair. I'm fine with this breakdown. I think even last year when we looked at the budget, there was a small allowance that was originally budgeted for an increase in the travel budget, and I believe we brought it up to not increase it last year, and I haven't seen what was spent this year, but my presumption is that we are under the travel budget for the 2024 year as well, as my presumption. I know not all of us had a chance to attend both conferences this year, but I think the current budget, the way it stands at around 75,000, I think for the year, gives us enough budget right now to each attend one of these conferences. And if a council member wanted to, could probably attend a third conference throughout the year and still have budget to spare. And I think some of us councillors have been even extra cautious to try to scour for lower cost accommodations where possible to make the impact on the city that much more. So I think this just formalizes a plan, but I think our current budget level where it's been at for the last couple of years, even with the increases in travel costs and conference fees, I still think we don't need to increase the current budget and can still have this as part of the policy.
Councillor Baum.
Yeah, through the chair, just one point of clarification. I'm not quite sure the wording that states allow for additional unplanned travel. What is your reference and meaning of these words?
I specifically used a recommendation in the staff report from last time. And so what I foresee is, for example, 2 years ago, there was a UBCM housing conference that Councillor Elliott and I attended. And so if there's a little bit of room, if something comes up that is above and beyond what we're kind of individually allotted, that there might be space for a council member to attend. I'm presuming that's my assumption, but I actually, that's a good question. I did use language from the staff report last time.
I asked the question because we are in a cost-saving mode in the city presently, and we should be looking at a budget and trying to reduce numbers across the board to show leadership in the city. I don't see us doing that with this motion.
I think everybody's had a chance. I'm going to put my 2 bits worth in. Is what you see in front of you there is basically the current status quo. Is that the expectation is that most, if not all, councillors will attend the Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities Conference in the spring and the UBCM convention in the fall, September usually, and go there and may attend other conferences that are planned actually through the year. Things like the Local Government Leadership Academy, which a number of people have suggested more of us council members should attend, particularly since when I was at UBCM, I was talking to all kinds of people who were saying to me, well, what did you think of our discussion at the LGLA meeting a couple of months ago? And they were using that to make their decisions. So things like the Columbia Institute conversations about housing and about various different topics. And, you know, these are beneficial conferences that come up where you can come and actually get some new ideas that haven't come up around our own council tables and locally, and share those and bring them home. And there is value to that. But this is, in my view, a restatement of the current process. I don't think we've ever gone over budget in this, and I think most times, because people have been careful about their travel and the conferences they go to, we've ended up under budget. So I can support this, and I'd rather call it different, additional conferences rather than unplanned travel. But again, we're going to get another kick of the cat before this becomes any kind of a rule. Councillor Elliott.
Yeah, and planned travel is vague, but sometimes we don't exactly know what it is that might be needed. So sometimes there might be training that is appropriate, which isn't a conference necessarily. A lot of the regional district staff attend the LGLA events every year, not just the first year of election. There is a special one that's considered training for all elected officials that happens after each election, which is fairly critical for that kind of thing. So I don't know how we make that wording reflect what our intention is. It's just that there might be things we need to do in addition to what's listed there, and we want to have a little bit of room for that. And I think currently most folks, if they're really careful with their budgets, can attend maybe 3 events depending on where they're at and what their costs are. And that's kind of what's in the budget at this time. We often maybe only attend 2 or 1, or some of us attend less than others. But you know, advocating for the city and getting the learnings we need, or influencing, you know, the housing conference, for example, was the first one of its kind, and it was well attended by the province, and they were looking for really good participation from municipalities. So had we not been there, we wouldn't have had that opportunity. And we don't know when those things are going to be coming up, those opportunities that the province might put out there for us to attend and have a voice. And so this is intended to have a policy around supporting council doing our work in advocacy at conferences and learning and those kinds of things. So I support the motion, even if maybe the words aren't perfect. Maybe we can come up with better words in the future, but right now I think that does the trick.
Just one last point, Chair, and that was we've had a discussion around attendance at various conferences in the past, and the rising costs of hotels in Vancouver and elsewhere in big cities where these conferences are held are escalating every day, and they're not getting any cheaper. I'm happy to see that this motion is formed in such a way as to cover present budget for travel expenses of council. But I caution that if you're sending full council to 2 conferences with additional travel to other events which we're asked to attend, you're going to be escalating those costs, no matter what way you look at it. So that's simply why with the word full council, I would suggest it should be limited to maybe majority of council, 4 members, so that we actually are seen as being responsive to the public and trying to cut down overall costs. That's the point I'm trying to make. But you have other ideas, so carry on.
Any other hands? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Councillor Palm opposed, so the motion carries.
Came prepared tonight. Oh yeah. So my next motion, well, I'll make it and we'll see where it goes. That the expense policy include allowance for a modest nightly host gift when staying for free with friends or family. During conference travel instead of a hotel.
Through the chair, if I might also request that perhaps an up to amount be included. for clarity up to a certain value,
Mhm.
if that's all right.
Let's put $50.
Per day?
We'll just, you know. Councillor Isaacson's making a motion.
Yeah.
Doesn't finish making the motion yet. He's negotiating it with, gonna wait till she's done and see if there's a seconder and then debate.
So nightly, so that would be per day value up to $50. Yep. So you've got it. So I've made the motion.
There is a seconder for that motion. Councillor Palm?
Something.
People did. Speak to it? Okay, thank you. The intention is to actually address what Councillor Palm mentioned. It is really expensive, in particular in Vancouver, but also increasingly in Nanaimo and Victoria, to stay at hotels. And if we have the opportunity to stay with friends or family and want to minimize the burden on them, providing a modest amount to acknowledge. When I worked at SFU, this is something that I was able to make benefit of, and it made allowable for me to take my friend out for dinner or buy them a bottle of wine or something to say thank you for hosting me and for incurring my wrath while I'm here, and saving hundreds of dollars on hotels. So it might encourage councillors to consider that as a possibility instead of hotels. Throwing that out there for something new.
Councillor Elliott.
I'd like to move an amendment to strike nightly and add per event. I guess the adding host gift value up to $50 per event when staying. And I'll speak to that if I get a seconder.
Just hold on and we'll see if we can get it typed up and see if there's a seconder and then. Take nightly and add per event. There's a seconder for that motion. Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. So I support the idea because it does save everybody a lot of money. When I stay with friends and family in Victoria, it does save the city a ton of money, but I think I want it to stay as a gift and not a per diem. And so I think it is good manners to provide a gift when somebody's hosting you, particularly if it's saving you that amount of money. And so I support the concept and wanted to just make sure we were talking about giving a gift, not like 4 gifts. Right.
Councillor Almeida.
I was going to suggest a slightly different amendment just because I would agree that taking the nightly off before the host for clarity, but in the current wording, it makes it imply that it's $50 for a stay, whether it's a single night or if you're staying 4 nights or 5 nights. And UBCM is a 5-night conference, and a $50 gift for a family or friend is a bit of a slap in the face. If you're staying with them for 5 nights, I would have recommended a slightly different wording because I think the wording you've chosen here limits it to just $50. I agree it shouldn't be 5 times $50 in terms of a meal every single night, but I could see a 5-night stay, $100 to $200, whether it's a grocery gift card or something, would be an appropriate thing that still saves the city $1,500. I think $50 per night is a little bit more adequate.
Against the amendment?
Yeah, I wouldn't be in favor of this particular wording.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you. Not to repeat what Councillor Almeida said, but I had a previous employer that did provide a modest amount, as suggested by the recommendation, per night. And as consistent with Councillor Palm saying, I really appreciate the opportunity to adequately, even though it's not really compensation, but appreciate someone, particularly if we're at a conference where we're getting up at 6:30 in the morning, leaving and not getting back to our friend's place until 10:30 at night, which is pretty much how these things work. But they, you know, I have friends who would want to accommodate me, but I would feel very reluctant to. A bottle of wine doesn't go that far. Thank you.
Councillor Isaacson, on the amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, on the amendment, I think I don't support it. The original intent of my motion was not to give like a nightly gift. The value is a total of up to $50 per night stayed. And so, and I don't think $50 is enough for a 5-night stay. So wanted to clarify my original intention and yeah, don't support the amendment.
Councillor Palm.
I don't really need to comment on this, but I won't support the amendment. I think $50 per night for doing away with hotel expenses is a great idea.
All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? The amendment is defeated. Councillor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. I have a different amendment, but question to the CFO, I guess. Is there anything in this policy as it's written right now that would be preventable under the Local Government Act before we continue diving into conversation?
Through the chair, you could add the words, I'm reluctant to tie this to the expense policy because the expense policy changes over time, but it does prohibit alcohol and certain purchases, mainly alcohol and jewelry and lottery tickets. And so I don't want to make the recommendation more complicated, but it should be in line with eligible expenses that are eligible under the expense policy. And I was brainstorming how to do that without tying it to a policy that one day may change. So you could put a line that a gift that is within city eligible expenses.
Well, I imagine alcohol and tobacco probably won't change from that policy in perpetuity. Second thing is, and whether a receipt would be, I imagine you would want a receipt for whatever this purchase is, assuming it's a grocery gift card or something. But do we need to state that in the? No, I'm trying to clarify some. Yeah, I'm going to come up with an amendment, but I just wanted to clarify a couple things before that. Thank you. Do we need to state that a receipt would be needed in this recommendation, or is that kind of automatic?
Through the chair, I think it's implied, but it could be added for additional clarity, but definitely I would see it as implied.
Okay.
Yep.
So my attempt at an amendment.
Through the chair, if I may. Oh, sorry. I think it just, if I can help this be a little bit easier, the policy would speak to ensuring that everything's kept above board and correct in line with accounting policies. We wouldn't make a policy that wouldn't. Instead of kind of fumbling through a motion on the fly, having this in the policy, staff would keep the expertise of our finance department to ensure it was all in line with our practices and what we're supposed to do and not supposed to do. If that is easier, if the CFO is okay with that, I'll confer with her. But thank you.
You have a motion to make.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah. So the amendment would be to cross off nightly where it currently is. And then after $50 to put per night. And then with receipt provided based on CFO's request.
Is that the amendment you want to make?
I think that'll work.
Seconder for that amendment? Councillor Isaacson, are you seconding it?
Councillor Southcott did.
Seconded? Oh, Councillor Alameda.
So again, similar to Councillor Elliott's motion, I think the nightly just fits better after the value because it's, as Councillor Isaacson already said, it's not intended to be a per night you're going to the store to buy a small gift, but at the end of your trip, you would probably get some sort of gift card or take them out for a meal. As Ms. Wall stated, staff is going to cover all the things that would be allowable. So I didn't include those, but just wanted to clarify that that intention that I think Councillor Isaacson was going for originally.
Thank you. So when I, at a different employer, had this option, it was actually treated kind of like a per diem where, you know, you're not at a hotel, then for 3 nights, you're not at a hotel, you're with guests, and then you're just given that money and that money was spent on a gift at your discretion. And so in that case, whether or not it was a bottle of wine or a piece of art or what have you, it was on your discretion. No receipt was provided. I compared a little bit to our current per diems, where I might have a really cheap dinner with a glass of wine, and my wine's covered within that per diem because I, had a cheaper meal, and I don't provide my receipts on my every meal I get. It's much easier for staff to say, per diem, this is what you get for how many days you're away for meals that are not covered by your conference. So anyways, so that was kind of my intent. Receipting it might be an additional burden for staff, but it also means that people who provide cheaper gifts don't have to be reimbursed as much. So like, I'm kind of here nor there. I think there's more flexibility if it's treated like a per diem. And I don't know if that's possible. It's how it was with a previous employer of mine, but I'm also fine with this amendment. Kind of here nor there for me.
The other hands, Councillor Palm, did you want to speak on this?
Yeah, just, considering this motion is reference to conferences and UBCM being probably the longest at 5 days, I'd like to see some reference to a maximum of $200 for the 4 nights. Something to that effect, so you can't stay for an extra few days at somebody's house and think you're going to pay $50 a night. You got to be realistic here, and I'd like to limit the expense.
Oh, we're having fun with amendments tonight, so you can make one too if you want to.
Right, nightly, and add 50 up to a maximum of 200.
Amendment on the.
He's making an amendment to your amendment, I think.
Yes, I am.
He's doing. What's your amendment to the amendment?
Well, it's getting convoluted now, but to strike nightly and say after $50 up to a maximum of $200 for a total stay, something to that effect. I'm not sure how the best way to word it is there.
You want to add after the $50, add
a maximum.
I think if your amendment to the amendment passed, it would read strike nightly and after $50 add per night to a maximum of $200 for the host gift with receipt provided.
That is correct.
Any more discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seconded? That's good. You should have a seconder before we
Trying to
discuss
reduce
it.
everything just to $50.
Thank you. Thank you for helping. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? Passes unanimously. Now, for the amended amendment. Councilor Elliott.
Thank you. I like that it says with a receipt. I like that it's an intention that it's an actual gift and that you wouldn't receive any more money than what you spent. If you can choose a gift that's less that you think is appropriate for your host, and that's what you get reimbursed. I don't want to add a different per diem through this policy, so I'm okay with this amendment.
Any those in favor of the amended amendment? Any opposed? That's carried
George has never had-
unanimously. And now we're back to the amended recommendation.
Yeah, amended motion.
You amended. It's only one. You had an amendment to the amendment. Now that's the amendment. So now we're on the main motion as amended. You don't want to get that wrong. Okay, could we vote on it? All those in favor of the motion as amended? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. First one of these, I think, that's carried unanimously. Is there anything else under 5.4?
Oh, one more. Who's, I can email this to the person who's typing or who's typing. Okay. Yeah, that's the one I'm bringing up.
Oh.
I'll just mail that quickly. Okay. Send message without a subject. Send, yes, please. Okay. So the include provisions for, I'll read it out because it's in your email, Caitlin. Include provisions for reasonable family care expenses that are incurred as a result of performing the duties of a counselor and or representing the council at an external event to a maximum of 10% of counselor annual remuneration.
$1,000.
There's a seconder, I can talk about it. I can't right now. So was there a seconder, Chair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I was looking at family care expense policies in other communities, and there are some that have a daily amount but didn't specify a maximum, and I think maximum would provide clarity for everyone involved. I included the word family care instead of child care because there may be situations where a member of council has a spouse with dementia and they require making sure that that person is cared for, or so it's not only necessarily child, sometimes it's parents, whoever you have responsibility over. And then looking at maximums, I saw one community had a maximum of 2,000, one community had a maximum of 3,300. And so the reason that I put 10%, it was an easy number that kind of matched up with those two other policies. I'm not stuck on this 10% whatsoever. But if you think about the amount that childcare costs, for example, to attend council meetings, $3,000 would not actually cover the cost of childcare for every meeting that council attends, just regular council meetings. And so it sounds like a lot. And unfortunately, that's the reality of what childcare costs. And so so there is a maximum, and that maximum can be stretched depending on who the council member is able to get to watch their children if they need that watching. It doesn't require them to have childcare, but it provides that a bit of certainty for someone for whom access to childcare is something that would cause them to be able to consider whether or not they could be on council. It sounds like, an additional benefit for a counselor who happens to require care for a member of their family or a child, but what it actually does is it reduces the exclusion of people like that from being on council who don't necessarily have the ability to make it possible through other means. So this is about equity and making sure that more more people can see themselves. My intention, and I forgot to add this in here, was for it to start in November 2026. So again, this is a benefit for future council members. But you know, there are 2 members on council who do have young children, and so, you know, they can speak to that. But yeah, it sounds like a lot, and that's the true cost of having children today. And again, want to make sure that being on council is something that people of a wide variety of situations can see themselves in. Thank you.
Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm Elliott.
Elliott, sorry, I heard Almeida. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Almeida, for your patience. So I was a little bit curious about the 10%, but I see where you're coming from there. I would have been a little more comfortable having it based on an already existing policy, because they have a lot in, they answer a lot of questions that this motion maybe doesn't, and that leaves me thinking about a lot of things that, like, do we need receipts? Is there, you know, what kind of, is it a reimbursement of expenses based on receipts? Is there a maximum per day or whatever attached? And then the other concern I have is this one says incurred, you know, performing duties from an external event. And so that would mean that folks who very well may need a babysitter to attend an evening council meeting might not be able to get their childcare covered because it isn't external, it's an internal event. And so I'm wondering if that was the intention of that wording, or I'm reading it wrong. So I just have some questions about the intention of the motion.
So there's kind of 2 parts. One is performing the duties of a counselor. So attending meetings like this would be a duty of a counselor. I think the representing the council at an external event, I imagine that if the mayor or acting mayor was asked to, you know, participate in an event and they were representing council at that external event, that would be covered. I forget which community I drew this from, but I pulled it from a community's language, but I don't have the records here. Having those 2 terms, but you know, that second piece, the external event, could be stricken off. It could be strictly about the duties of a counselor. And again, well, anyways, that was the answer to your question. The first part of the term covers council meetings. Those are duties of a counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, having Almeida and Elliott next to each other can lead to confusion at times. I appreciate Councillor Isaacson bringing this forward. I've been fortunate to have a spouse who's been able to be home and given me the opportunity to represent council and work other jobs to make that balance work out. I am curious to the CFO, more curious, I'm supportive of this regardless, but from a budget perspective, would you just say, well, 7 times 10% of a councillor salary and throw that in the budget, or would you kind of play the odds and say, we might only use like 50% of that and budget that accordingly? Because I'm just kind of curious how much of an impact that would actually put on the budget, considering it's likely not all council's going to need it, but, and you might not have that answer just yet. So.
Through the chair, if this was adopted into a policy, we would put contingencies in the budget and amend as we needed. Thank you.
I'm waiting for more people. So I think it sounds really generous, but I think the likelihood of, you know, maybe on average 2 councillors might need it a year. I'm thinking hypothetically. And so what would the true cost of the city be? And so that could be, you know, say $6,000 a year. And if that provided, again, for someone considering whether or not running for council would work for them and their family, it makes it possible at a relatively small expense to the community. And again, I think that it's in the interest of the community to have a wide variety of people attracted to running for council. And I'm not speaking for myself because I don't have family care responsibilities, but I know, with current members on council and speaking to friends on other councillors with children, especially those without a spouse, it is a challenge. I remember wanting to encourage someone to run for council who had a younger child, and I was trying to help her envision how it would be possible. I'm like, okay, there's going to be 10 of us. We'll be surrounded. We'll always offer childcare. We'll find a way. We'll make meals. And it was trying to come up with a way to convince a person with a child, just one child, to run for council. And this provides a little bit of that community care built into council policy.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I think, so when I started on council in 2018, I did have 2 small children, and without the support of my family, I never would have made it. And I am a single parent. I don't have another adult at home. I could have really used some help at that point. My children have gotten a little older. Things are a little bit different for me now. I think I want to make an amendment to this motion that indicates that we would start in November of 2026, similar to some of the other stuff. I think it's good leadership for the future councils, and I'm not suggesting we change those expenses at this point because we're trying to find ways to lower our budgets, and so I want to make this a future consideration for future councils and put that in there and provide that leadership and have it be starting with some of the other amendments that or policies that we're creating for the future.
What exactly is the amendment you want to make?
To add, starting in November of 2026.
Tender for that? Scott, question on the amendment.
I think I spoke for
You did a good job of speaking for the.
Yes, sorry, Chair.
Any other hands up? So all those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Tom is opposed, but the amendment passes. To the main motion as amended. Any questions? Councillor Palm.
Just one comment through the chair, and that is, as was previously stated, there are no parameters or support in this regard. Its cost or how often it would be used or how much. So I think this is something that a new council could consider. If it's in November 26, when they're newly elected, they can revisit this, but there's no need for us to weigh in on this item, considering our financial condition at this point in time. Thanks, Chair.
I'm going to just get my 2 bits worth in. And first off, as a background to what I'm going to say is I'm assuming that we are going to have a council remuneration bylaw recommendation coming back from council with full details on all of these recommendations that are here, and council will have an opportunity to debate what the policies are actually going to be. Because this one is pretty clear. It talks about reasonable family care expenses. All the discussion so far has been about childcare. Family care extends beyond childcare. It extends to the care of grandchildren, and it extends to the care of elders. I think making an assumption that maybe 1 or 2 people on council might be eligible would be a real error in judgment. I think we would be far better to expect that if we're going to provide a benefit of 10% of councillors' annual remuneration for something like a definition of family care, it could be far greater than what we've talked about so far, you should expect to have 7 out of 7 councillors having a reimbursement of some kind for it. And that, that's 10% times 7 councillors pay. So, something you need to think about. But, I don't mind voting for this because we're going to have another kick at the can and another long discussion before any of it actually gets approved and becomes policy. Anybody else? Those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Councillor Palm. So the motion carries. Are we done?
My list is done. I came with receipts tonight.
Well, I will expect that sometime within the next couple of days, we'll be getting a report from staff.
Days? That's cute.
I think it'll probably take more than a few days. My expectation is probably not until sometime towards February, I'm guessing. Councillor Elliott.
A motion to postpone 6.1 to the next committee of the whole.
Seconder for that? The one is.
I just had one comment that was more time pressing, but regarding engagement. Pulling the rest of it, then yes.
You imagine a creative way to sneak it into your discussion about what? I could.
Oh, yeah, okay. I could do that. Sure. I'll second and speak to it.
One way to get us moving along. Then you can explain what you want to say.
Second, and I'll speak to the motion first, and then I'll let someone else speak to the motion. So I just think that we've had a really long meeting, and it might be nice to move into our questions and in camera as speedily as possible. And I don't believe that these engagement reports can't wait until for 2 weeks. See what everyone else has to say.
Almeida, did you have?
Yeah, I had a very quick one. Wanted to first thank Rotary for organizing the Santa Parade. They did a great job leading that charge there, and it was a great turnout. The second thing was I was added to the Ferry Advisory Committee recently, and they must have got scared off because at the only meeting I attended, BC Ferries decided that they would axe the ferry advisory committees. So I just wanted to share that since it was in the public and conversation is happening. Something new supposedly is coming together in May. We don't know that yet, but it wouldn't surprise me if they bring all the ferry advisory committees back. But anyways, other than that, we can delay it.
All those in favor of dispensing with the community engagement until next meeting? All those opposed? Carried unanimously. So next item on the agenda is question period. Mr. Galinsky, welcome back. It's nice to have you back in our little room here. So you seem to have at least a page of questions.
Just trying to catch up with you on the beer.
Thank you, Chair. It's great to be here. As much as I enjoyed the webcast, it's much better to be here in person. My questions pertain to item, 5.2, which was draft 1 of the 5-year financial plan. And one of the things I don't understand is there was a $1.6 million reserve created out of the taxation from major industry last year. And I'm wondering if that has been factored into this draft financial plan, Chair.
Through the chair, we have not factored it into draft 1 because it is only to be used if there's a change in the assessment for major industry. So when we report in January on the major industry assessment, we'll be able to start deliberations on whether we use the reserve or not. So that it's specifically tied to the assessment, so we do need to wait till January to deliberate the use of it.
I thank the CFO for the response, Chair, which brings me to, that's a nice segue into my next question, and that's with regard to mill taxation. I think in the breakdown in the pie chart, it was shown as 2% was the assumption that is made. I'm wondering what assumptions have been made in looking at potential mill taxation for the coming year prior to the assessment being released early next year, Chair.
Through the chair, unfortunately, we cannot make assumptions. It is between the mill property and BC assessment as to the valuation and which class it would fall into. So unfortunately, we're not privy to that process. But as soon as we are notified in January, we're able to report on what we do know and discuss the implications of that.
Again, I thank the CFO for the response. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to pose questions.
Thank you. Any members of the audience have a question?
Evening. Has been a long night. Ted Vizzuti from Hammond Street. Just a couple of quick questions. What is the difference, and it might be the CAO that can answer this, what is the difference between a delegation and a report for discussion? Or for decisions, sorry.
Be a good corporate officer question, I think.
Well, I'll try, and Ms. Walls can maybe correct us. Sorry, I'm not too sure what came up during the conversation today, but a delegation would be somebody who signs up to speak. You're familiar with that process. And then the second one is...
Well, in regards to the report tonight from the Powell River Library, and they were put down for a report for decision regarding budget. So if somebody was to come up here and do a report regarding budgetary items, would it be classified as a report for decision, or would it be under a delegation? Because one gives 10 minutes, one gives as much time as they need.
Jessica, you can help with this, but my understanding is the library as an entity like the RCMP, they are not the same as a public delegation. So they're presenting to us as part of the information that council would regularly get through budget. So yes, you're right. They're not confined to the 10-minute sign up. You can think of them as more a presentation as part of council's budget deliberations. They're almost de facto an arm of the city. So Ms. Walls, would you like to help Mr. Vizzuti out with this particular question? Thank you.
Certainly, through the chair. The library is reporting to council more along the lines of like a staff report. They have information important to the budgeting process. Just as all the directors are here to present on any budgetary needs, RCMP reports quarterly on their operations, even though they're not a direct employee of the city. They are, like the CAO said, an arm of the city. So they don't present as a delegation, and delegations are for members of the public specifically. Thank you.
I know I've noticed it with other reports. Prowls was here not that long ago, and they went on for 45 minutes. And so I was just wondering what the difference is between the two. So if somebody has more to ask about a budgetary item, how do we go about it?
Okay. Through the chair with Prowls, they were specifically asked by council to come. So it's a similar situation where, I mean, yes, you're right, they're not an arm of the city, but they were requested by council to provide more information. So in this case, council affords them the time to speak and debates, not debates, but ask questions of them. So it's a little bit different than a delegation that signs up, and we're not always clear what it's about, but usually it's to do with the agenda topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you on that one. I'm not sure if you want these other two or if you want to let somebody else go first.
You want to go ahead and ask your questions?
Okay, great. Thanks. In regards to your leave policy, there's a couple of things that I picked up on, and nobody ever discussed it, was how long of a leave could one take in regards to that policy. Was that discussed?
Yeah, is there a restriction on the length of a leave for a council member?
Through the chair, no, there is not. It's council's discretion to grant a leave. and to, if it's, for example, say the mayor, to then delegate somebody to act in their place if that's necessary. Ms. Walls, I'm wondering if you know more than I do, but that's my understanding because we are dealing with that at present. Thank you.
My answer to that is, I don't think there is a limit in the community charter or any other law about the length of time that council could grant a leave of absence. If you're talking about a leave of absence for parental care or child care or for maternity leaves, that would usually be included in the policy. And, you know, the motion that we had tonight was to bring back a policy. That policy could say it's a 52-week or 62-week or 12-week leave that council could get, but that would be included in the policy.
And that's what it asked. My question was, somebody goes off on maternity leave, which can have 9 months or a year. We're down a counselor or a mayor for that time frame. And in your ideas of could be a possibility of one or more, if they, how many could go off at one time before we are down below our numbers that we require in this council?
I would expect those things to be answered in the policy when we have one. Councillor Elliott, did you have something to add?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Vizzuti. So in our package tonight, there's attachments to the council remuneration agenda item. One of them is called parental leaves and childcare benefits in other municipalities. And the motion for this particular draft policy to come back to us was to be fashioned after the New Westminster one, which speaks to a lot of that. So if you look at the New Westminster one, I would expect our draft to come back looking a lot like that, since that was the direction provided. And then at the time when the draft comes back, council will be able to tweak whatever it is they do or do not like prior to addressing adoption.
Sounds good. No, my concern would be if we had too many go off at one time, dysfunctional, and you couldn't do anything properly. So my last little question would be in regards to attending your UBCM or the island. Have you ever looked at or talked about, and I know you were talking about things tonight, so I thought I'd throw it out this way. Have you looked at that all council attend the first year of in council? All right, so everybody attends your first year of your nominate or your elected in. Year one, you all go to UBCM, you all go to this. The following years of your term, downgrade it from everybody and go down to 4 or 3 or whatever. So this is a cost savings because you all know what goes on at the UBCM, or you might know what's going on on the island. So these are different ways that you guys could look at possibly saving some budgetary monies. But the first one might be just that initial to get you in the loop of what's going on. So it's more of a question of if those things that you guys could think about.
I'll try my answer first. You heard our discussion about what we were thinking about today. There are all kinds of other possibilities. Okay, my considerations go that attending UBCM or the ABICC is not like going to a class and studying the class 1 year and saying, well, I've done that. I've done UBCM or I've done ABICC. There's no point in doing it again. What I find is the biggest value of those conferences is
talk.
Aside from the seminars that they have and our democratic input into the policies, is the connections that are made over coffee in the morning, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, where you get to talk. You know, when I go there, I try to sit at a different table every time there's a break, hopefully. And what usually happens is I end up sitting at a table with 6 other people I don't know and learn something every time there's a break. That is new every time you go. That's my personal opinion. But Councillor Alameda, you wanted to.
It was similar, but ironically, I was going to use a school analogy slightly different. I'd be like that. That's like attending the first year of university and then expecting to get your degree. It's a different experience every single time you go. I think the council is looking for ways to make it more cost effective. Councillor Southcott took his boat down to UBCM this year because the cost to dock his boat was half the price or less of what the hotel would be to do it. So I think we're trying to be creative in how we can make it a little bit more affordable. I don't think every councillor is always going to go because family happens and life happens. But as Councillor Dowd stated in the deliberation, it's the policy we agreed to was no different than what's currently practiced right now, and it's just always reviewed and examined. But there's always different connections, and my biggest takeaway this year was just more the theme of the event, that even if you were attending it virtually, you probably wouldn't have been able to capture, but it sure impacted how I look at, changed my lens of how I look at things.
Okay. I just noticed our corporate officer had her hand up on the screen. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Through the chair, I was going to make a comment on Mr. Vizuti's last question about how many can take a leave of absence at one time, and only leave of absences can only be granted up to a point where there is a quorum plus one. So on the case of a council of 7, only 2 would be able to be granted a leave of absence at one time. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that my experiences at UBCM have been the value for our community is when we act as a well-functioning team, show up in strength at a ministerial meeting and make a difference to what's happening at the provincial level. And I have seen that happen when the province was contemplating changing stumpage on community forests. We made a huge impact as a team on that meeting. And so depending on what it can make an impact on funding decisions, it can make an impact on policy decisions such as the one I just talked about. When we show up in force and show our commitment and dedication to whatever issue it is we're trying to bring forward together, we make a huge impact. And so being able to make that huge impact is important for our community.
No, I understand all. I do understand that. I was more of just question of, what to look at. One final, sorry. Every time you defer a budgetary item such as the garbage truck, and it seemed to be the big thing tonight, or the $30,000 for whatever it was, and you defer it to the next year. One went from 30,000 to 60,000. The garbage truck goes from 200,000 to 300,000, whatever. Do you take into account what the increase is going to be when you defer it? So when you increase from 30 to 60, but you had actually bought it this year at 30, that's a savings because you now have the item. So if you buy the garbage truck at 200, you've now saved some money instead of having to increase to 300 or 350 or whatever. And I know that a few years ago, they purchased a couple at one time, which again is a savings instead of buying one and then buying another at even an additional cost. These are all the things that your budget needs to definitely keep an eye on. And when you defer something, what's the added cost that you're adding into? So I don't know if there was a question in there, but
there was a question. I heard it. Okay. It was when we defer something, what do we do about added costs, and how are those considered? See if the CFO has an answer to that.
Through the chair, it really depends on the scenario. For example, if you're deferring because you'll get a longer life, say its useful life is 15 years and we want to push it to 17, that's for sure a savings. If you're deferring and then the argument is that now it's more expensive because of inflation, often people will point to the interest earned on the reserve over that period of time, or the interest earned by the taxpayer who didn't have to contribute the money the year prior. So it's a give and take. It depends on, interest rates and what's funding the item and if we're stretching the use. So it's definitely can be a consideration at times. And I really appreciate that feedback. And, where it's definitely applicable, we would take that feedback for draft 2.
Also the factor of selling off that item to another person, you might get more money for the sale than you would if it's older.
Through the chair, yes, correct. Another good point. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vizzuti.
Thank you. Have a good night.
I did have something to say, Mr. Vizzuti. So there's also the factor of if we've got 2 major trucks bought at the same time, that means their natural life ends at the same time too, and you're pushed into replacing them together. Whereas if you can extend the life of one, you might have some maintenance costs in there, but down the road, you've now staggered your what's expected of you to replacement down the road. And so that can have a future benefit in staggering out your costs.
I do agree with what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying on that.
Thank you. But yeah, we do lots of thinking in here.
Thanks.
Well, just, Councilor Alameda, did you have a question? No. IT person there? Do we have anybody online? Don't.
Good evening, it's Sherry Burton. Thank you, Chair and Council, for the opportunity to ask questions. I think I'll go to agenda item 5.2. So with regards to reserve surplus forecast, will that be included in draft number 2 for 2025?
Through the chair, are you looking for detailed listing of the reserves?
For example, in 2024, 2020, in the previous years, there was the reserve and surplus forecast, which details the reserve funds, the opening balance, interest transfers, and then the closing balance.
Through the chair, it is something we aim to produce for draft 2. We are able to update it after we do carry forwards for our capital projects in 2025. So it is something we aim to include.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. With regards to the same agenda item, so in the benchmarks for the tax rate increase, there was 10 other municipalities. There's 4 benchmarks with double-digit rate increases, and those bear out as follows. Like, with the exception of Port Alberni, Port Alberni, Powell River is significantly higher. Whistler will have an increase of rate of 0.13, Squamish 0.23, Rossland 0.40. Powell River will be at 0.50. Also, in the benchmarks of similar sized populations, again, Port Alberni, Prince Rupert, Terrace, and Whistler are all significantly lower than Powell River. So trying to understand the reasons why the municipalities that were benchmarked were chosen. The populations are all over the place. Some are close to Powell River. The others are significantly higher. And it says that it's because, well, they're similar to Powell River in terms of, industry and so on and so forth. And when I look at the municipalities, that doesn't really bear out. So I just question, it seems to me it's just more to make it look good, and as opposed to being an appropriate benchmark.
Sorry, but that's more of a statement than a question. So, you have a question?
I think you need the description part.
Through the chair, you had, Ms. Burton, if I could ask, in this graph, just to summarize, the range is between a 4% proposed increase and a 15% proposed increase with comparable communities. The average is 9% and Powell River falls at 11.4. You noted Roslyn. Roslyn is at 10%, and I'll note that that's a minimum for that council because they've got a big focus on asset management. You'd noted 0.1% for Roslyn. So I just wanted to confirm that this is the graph that you were noting and that Roslyn is 1% below the city or
right.
Okay. And these comparables were produced by HR, who has done some work and some research across BC to provide comparables to city staff so that when we provide comparables for council, we're all using the, similar communities. It was not a cherry picking, if that's what you were getting at. And I'm happy to dig up more. And if there's a community that you would like me to add, I'm happy to do that as well. You've got my email. It's something I would very much welcome. But when we're looking at comparables, we're considering the size of the city, the types of the service, the types of the assessment base, and all those different combinations. There's no perfect comparison. It's difficult to find a community that's 2 ferries away from one community and another ferry away from the other and has major industry and we don't know the future of it. And so unfortunately, there's no perfect comparison. But that's why we've provided 10, as many as we can. Some communities I wanted to include in here, but they had not published their draft one yet. And so I have seen since I've published this, some other ones pop up, but none of them that I've seen have been on the low end. So I can provide more comparables in draft 2 as we progress, but I certainly welcome any other communities that you might be interested in.
Thank you, Ms. Denniston. I appreciate that. It's just that when you see Whistler, yes, they're a very similar population, but Whistler is not, you can't compare Whistler to Powell River by any stretch, never mind start with the assessed values. So I get a little perturbed because to me, it's kind of pointless, should not be in the chart. And in my own defense, I have sent in benchmarks that I think would be more relative to Powell River, but that doesn't seem to happen. All right, on to agenda item 5.4. Just a minute now, because Mr. Vizuri ended up asking some of my questions. So, and I understand that the quorum has to be 5. I appreciate Mrs. Walls explaining that it had to be a quorum, but there is still the potential that someone could come in and in 6 months take maternity leave for a year, come back, and 6 months later, it's happened, take another maternity leave. So you, in a 4-year term, there may be there 2 years. I don't know how that serves the community when you reduce the quorum and people elect people to be there to represent them and then they're not there. Is that something that we've considered with this benefit?
I have an answer.
Through the chair, this is actually more of a governance political question in my mind, because what you're speaking to is who the community elect to represent them and what benefits council choose to allow. I think Ms. Walls has pointed out that the Local Government Act has a threshold to ensure that there's continuity, but just like any employer in BC allows people of all persuasions to have or adopt children and provide for that, councils can also choose to do the same. Thank you.
So your question was, have we or have everybody considered the possibility of multiple leaves within a term for the same person? That I think was your question.
No, actually, my question is that councillor serving the community if they're elected to run 4 years and then they only are there for 2?
That's my understanding of the question you asked. What if someone takes more than 1 leave during their term? My answer to that, and have we considered that? My answer to that would be, all we have done is ask staff to come back with a leave policy. We don't have the details. We haven't thought how long the length of time would be, whether they can be consecutive. All of the details will come forward in the future. And I'm sure we'll have another opportunity to think about all of the details of that as we go along. But everybody wants to chime in on that. So Councillor Elliott, you can, if you have an answer, you can go ahead, and then it'll be Councillor Alameda's turn.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to both to your earlier question as well. And so the fact that we're doing 2025 comparisons when most cities haven't made any decisions about their budgets yet means that you're restricted to availability of information to start with. So I really thought that was a lot of folks to have gotten information from already. And it means that those communities really got their stuff out a lot earlier than us, because we couldn't have been compared in theirs because our first draft just came out today. So, and a lot of other communities maybe haven't had their first draft come out. And so there isn't not a lot of room to move as far as availability of information when you're talking about draft information. So that was one point I wanted to put out there. And then with respect to this policy, what we've asked for is staff to come back with a draft policy that includes elements based on what we made today. Those drafts are not adopted. They are just for our consideration. And when we hear back from communities about concerns, or when we look over the drafts, we may then deliberate changes or provisions that might address those concerns. And so I don't think we want a policy that would render council not workable, for sure. On the other hand, you do need flexibility for unplanned events, and you want to make sure that you're trying your best to do what's best for the community, and also allowing people to function as humans. So, you know, the alternative to not allowing a leave if someone really has to go is that you're forcing a by-election. So those are also really, really expensive, and you want to maybe avoid that if you can.
So in the consideration of the,
Please.
oh, sorry.
Councillor Alameda, one.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Similar to Councillor Elliott, we can't factor in every single possibility. We don't know what's going to happen when we leave this building and drive home. As Councillor Dowd pointed out earlier, it's not just a child policy we brought in, was a family policy. So any one of us could get impacted at any one point in time by anything on there. Could there be a time where 3 councillors are impacted? Sure, that could happen. The odds of it might be slim, but it could happen. And the council at the time will have to have that tough conversation when it happens. What the purpose that was intended for was trying to open the door as much as possible to allow anyone in council or anyone in the community to run, and not make it a hindrance, to make it an open door. I know when I ran 2 years ago, when I put my name in to run, the question in my mind was, I got a family of 5 at home. How am I going to make this work? And I took the chance, and it paid off, but other people might not be in a position where they can feel comfortable to take that chance. And it was just opening up that possibility to have the best candidates be willing to run and serve our community. So, and hopefully there won't come a time where we have to worry about more than 2.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question?
For it.
Thank you. I noticed in this discussion with regards to parental leave that they're referencing New Westminster and Prince George, and both of those communities are very large. They're 6 times the size of Powell River, and specifically with respect to New Westminster, the tax ratio is the tax rate is 2.62 for 2024. So was New Westminster picked with regards to parental leave because there are very few communities that are doing parental leave? I just want to understand why New Westminster's parental leave is the one that wants to be followed here.
Council asked staff to come back with a report on parental leave policies, and staff did come back with a report. And I don't know if staff has an answer for how they picked those communities. And I'd like to give staff an opportunity to answer first.
Okay, through the chair, I think Ms. Walls has had to exit the meeting at this point. The fact is there aren't many communities with those examples in BC, and so we looked at ones that had options for council to look at.
Laura Isaacson wants to answer the question too.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so in terms of parental leave, the district of Squamish-Lillooet was also included. So it wasn't only the big communities, there were smaller ones as well.
Yeah, in the report, it was Squamish, Courtenay, and New West, and all of those communities are much larger than Powell River. I would like to see the communities that are similar size as Powell River where they have a parental leave. Because a community that's 6 times the population of Powell River, kind of hard to compare that to what's going on here. Okay, I think I asked all the questions I wanted to ask this evening. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Palm, do you have a question, an answer
Yes,
to
Chair,
that?
I think that was an excellent question by Ms. Burton, and I would like to see some statistics on how many municipalities or cities have similar leaves and clauses so that we went over tonight. That would certainly help with my deliberations on the topic when it comes back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Whitaker, I see you approaching the bench. Podium.
Roger Whitaker, resident of Powell River, citizen of Powell River, actually. And such a lot of great discussion tonight. So many questions come up, but we'll leave those for another time when all this comes back with the policies. But with all this talk about benefits for people to run, so that would encourage people to run that have elderly parents or children or whatever. What I hear a lot of is business people saying, if somebody would look after my business and I could be compensated for the opportunities lost, I'd be happy to run. So is there a possibility that this council would put together a compensation package for a business person to run where somebody would be paid to mind his business and also for the opportunities lost because they're sitting on council and can't necessarily bid on contracts for the city, et cetera, that they used to do before?
Councillor Isaacson has an idea there.
Yeah, I think the main way to do that would be to pay council members something like $150,000 a year. And I don't think that that's because I do know many business people who don't want to run because of the opportunity costs associated with it. Absolutely. And so that compensation looks like more compensation could attract more. But it's a balance of budget and deciding to serve in this way.
The people I'm thinking of, for me, sorry.
Mr. Whitaker, just a minute. Councillor Southcott wanted to answer that question too.
Pardon me.
I wanted to give you my own example. I did run for council when I had another full-time job. I had the opportunity to take time off from that job with pay, even though I did fulfill certain quasi-managerial responsibilities in that job, which I continued to do. But during that time, my gross income, even though I received a stipend from council, was more than 1 year less than what I would have received simply from that first job. So there are choices we make personally to serve our community if that is our intent. That was my intent. I would expect there are many other people in this community of similar conscience.
Thank you. So I do believe the community charter specifically prohibits the city from benefiting businesses with their policies or whatever. And so I don't think that's actually possible with the community charter written the way it is. I could ask for clarification on that, but that's my understanding. I personally have suffered a lot of loss that I wish I maybe regret a little bit when it comes to our family business. I wasn't able to step up when the family business needed me because I was elsewhere busy, and the decision was to sell it, and with it went my heart. And so yeah, it's hard, And I remain committed to the city to the end of my term. I don't know if I feel the same as I used to because of what it cost me. So I hear you, but I don't believe the community charter allows for anything that would help in that regard.
Second question I have is, some weeks ago, we heard some councillors say that the only reason a person would have to leave city council is if they had wrongdoing. And tonight in the lively discussion, we heard that alcohol was prohibited as an expense when you're out on the city tab. And yet we also heard that you can sneak one in if you just get a per diem and spend it as you wish. And the city council in Charlottetown came unglued as the city manager brought it up to the CAO in Charlottetown in 2021 that exactly that happened at the federal municipalities meeting. I think it was in Quebec City that year. And the CAO fired them, and then the city council fired the CAO for covering it up. So I'm wondering if there's a by-election in our future because somebody slid one in, parsed with no receipt, or will the CAO be sanctioning them for a dock and pay as was put out tonight? Or, you know, what sort of retribution is in place for these sorts of activities where we slide one in and nobody knows?
CAO, do you want to try to answer that?
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, we have a highly qualified CFO who, in addition to myself, is a check and balance. We have a clear expense policy that guides us. So if we see something, and council is typically very good, but should there be, say, a mistake where in the claim for receipt for dinner, we notice wine, we just advise and make sure that they know the exempt policy and make sure that that is not compensated for. But we have a very clear expense policy that excludes alcohol and lottery tickets, and there's one other, Miss Denniston, and jewelry. So there is a process and things are vetted by our finance department. So, but however, should something come to light that is abusive, this is where even the CFO can be a whistleblower to council if I do something remiss. Like she has a very specific role in her professional designation, which means that she is an officer, financial officer, and carries duties that in some ways are separate and supersede me. And the reason for that is so that if I'm badly behaved, she can go to council. So anyway, I'm just giving that as an example. Thank you.
Yep. Be added to the speakers list if you'll call on me.
Go ahead if you choose.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so this is obviously in reference to my comment. As councillors, we get per diems when we travel away for conferences. We get per diems based on whether, you know, the size of which are dependent on whether or not meals are included in our conference days or our conferences. So if dinner is not included in our conference, we get an amount and we don't submit receipts for that. We are given the amount and it saves staff time because they're not dealing with individual receipts. They go, dinner's about, and I forget what the amount is, $35 or something. We receive that amount and we don't submit receipts. And so sometimes I have wine with my dinner. And so that's part of like having dinner while I'm out at a conference. So I'm not submitting receipts for per diems. We just get them to cover the costs of eating while we are away at conferences. And so some members may choose to bring their own food and not use a per diems. There's flexibility in there, but yeah, we don't submit receipts for meals expenses while we're away.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So the per diems aren't very generous, really. The bulk of meals that if you're eating out costs more than what you get for per diem. So it's not normally a money-making proposition. The policies we put forward today, I think, you know, we discussed the whole per diem idea and we came up with the idea that no, we do not want a per diem. We're going to use receipts for this particular item. the policy for what the per diems are clearly laid out in our somewhere in one of those policies, and they're standard across the board, and they prevent administrative duties as far as reviewing receipts that would take up the time of financial people. That it's easier to just do a per diem, and it's cheaper for all around. And so that it's because it benefits the city to have less administrative burden that we've gone with the per diem, not because we think we're going to make money off of it. The concept that you might have wine with dinner while receiving a per diem is a completely separate concept from if we had reimbursements based on receipts, that you would have to minus off any alcohol you drank off of that receipt and get reimbursed the difference. So those are different types of ways of covering expenses. There is no maximum when you're doing receipts, so people will tend to, if you were going to dinner and buying a steak dinner at the Keg, for example, you're looking at $60-$70 just for the entree, and that doesn't include your beverages, but the per diem doesn't cover that. So I think there's an overall savings to the way we're doing it and not micromanaging those expenses. And I think we're doing a good job of that.
Nobody really spoke to the question. The question wasn't about how much a per diem is or whether a steak costs $10 or $50 or you bring your own bag lunch. The question was whether the city's paying for your alcohol or not. And I think it has more to do with liability than it does to anything else. If the city pays, if I'm out on somebody's business and they're paying my per diem and I buy drinks under their thing, whatever it is, then they're held liable for my actions afterwards. That's I think what more the spirit of it is. But anyway, question asked, sort of an answer received. Thank you very much.
Through the chair. Just because it was a matter of liability, Mr. Whitaker, and I'd like to just make sure we've got a full comprehensive understanding. There's no liability to the city if an employee or counselor has a glass of wine at dinner. The city's not paying them for that. We're paying them for the food they eat. And if the food they eat costs less than the per diem, generally it doesn't. But if it does, that's just money that wasn't spent on food. It doesn't mean that's money spent on wine or chewing gum they bought at the grocery store, what have you, right? So it isn't, if they buy wine, that's out of their own dollar. That's a separate purchase that they make, and it's very separate from the per diem.
I'm sorry I don't want to make a back and forth argument, but what the person said tonight was that they get a cheaper meal specifically so they can use the rest of it out of the per diem to buy a glass of wine with dinner. And either the city funds the alcohol or they don't. It's a very clear-cut thing for me. So either whether it's chewing gum or cigarettes or alcohol is irrelevant. Pardon me, sir?
You asked your question. It was answered in a number of different ways.
In a number of different ways indeed, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Rob Bombardier. Thank you, Chair and Council, for allowing me to ask a question. First question would be, are you able to share with us the taxation limit with the QRD in regards to the complex?
CFO.
Through the chair, the max would produce about $313,000, and that's based on the 2024 assessment, which is based on a max of the bylaw has a higher of two different equations, and the higher in 2024 was the application of a rate of 0.15 times every $1,000 of assessed value. And so it's in a bylaw that I can share with you. It is a little bit of a complicated formula to arrive at, but 313,000 is the estimate that we've used in the budget, because that's what we would have seen in 2024 and anticipated to be pretty similar for 2025.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have is, do we know the cost for a family of 4 on the current benefit plan, so we can calculate that if council decides to go this route?
Yeah, through the chair, when the bylaw does return to council with a report, there'll be a financial implication for all of the different ideas that were proposed today, and that can be one that's included in there.
So this would be, if it's brought back to council, it would not just be limited to council members, it would be open to their entire family.
Through the chair, the intention is that it is for the individual council members.
Okay.
So we haven't had direction other than that. Thank you.
And the last one, just quickly, this proposed budget 2025, did it include 1 or 2 Zunga buses?
Through the chair, it included the same level we are doing right now, which I believe is 2.
Okay, thank you.
In a record, everybody in the room asked a question tonight, at least several questions.
Mark Hassett. I'm a citizen and a resident of Powell River, just in case you don't know. My question is for our Mallory Denniston, Miss Denniston. On your budget that you are working on, do you use last year's tax rate, what you brought in last year, to do it? How do you come up with a number to work off? If you don't mind me asking.
Through the chair, no, I don't mind at all, Mr. Hassett. So to establish the property tax levy, we first look at what revenue we'll bring in. And we know a lot of that revenue because it's determined by user fees. So your water fee and your sewer and your parcel taxes. And we do know some of the grants we'll get through Community Canada Building Fund and things like that. And so we first look at the revenue we'll get. And then we estimate our costs, which is a 3 or 4 month process with staff, each director and manager going line by line, looking at their costs. They look at prior year trends to make sure that the proposed budget is lining up with the trend. They might add increases or decreases depending on what they see. They look at their special projects, their capital projects. And so that rigor is done to come up with the costs, operating and capital. And then the number that is not, then the amount of money required to balance the budget becomes the property tax, right? Because that's what the property tax levy is. We ensure the property tax levy will only fund eligible costs, which is more around the general cost. We wouldn't use it to fund water because water is funded by the user fees. So we do that check and we ensure it's accurate across the funds. But that's how your property tax is determined.
Yeah, but like, just using numbers. If you brought in 20 million in 24 of taxes throughout businesses, everything on your roll, your tax roll, would you start with that 20 million and then say, okay, next year we're going to need this much more because of increase? Or where does that start?
Through the chair, no, the draft one is not based on the prior year property taxes. It's based on the current year needs, based on the service level, because the costs can go up and down depending on the activity of the municipality. So it's very much built up from the ground. To take last year's and apply a percentage increase wouldn't balance the budget. So we are required to balance the budget. And so because of that, we build it up fully from the ground.
Okay, so you're saying there's going to be 11% increase. Is that right? If I read that thing right, approximately 11% increase this year.
Through the chair, the proposed draft one property tax increase would be 11.4% to maintain service levels.
Okay, so if you've got, maybe I'm wrong, but I would think you got to have a base to how much you're going to get out of your tax roll that you've got to get somewhere before you can. I understand it's got to go up because costs are going up, but I'm just wondering how you get the base rate. Where do you get the base from to work off?
Through the chair, we don't talk about property taxes until we have established the property tax levy. Property taxes is just how we allocate it. So the first step is determining what the cost will be, and that's a budget question. That's a service level question. It's based on all of our estimated costs and revenues, and then then council will direct. We are setting this property tax levy. Then the other piece of information is the assessed roll. And then we combine those to figure out how we take that pie, which is the property taxes, and how it gets divided up. So the assessment doesn't play into the budget. It doesn't impact what's required at the cost of a service level. The property tax is the cost of that service level that is set by council, and the assessment base doesn't change what that cost will be, but it is something that council would consider in January, because if there is a big shift with major industry and, or any class, they may wish to dial back, change service levels depending on what the assessment is, but it doesn't change the cost of running the city business at the defined service levels. So does that help distinguish the two? I know it can be, there's a lot going on with it, and there's different ways to say it in different graphs, and it triggers everyone differently. There's some videos I can send and some material with BC assessment, but it is, I do realize it's a lot.
So I think you did answer. You said you used the assessment roll, the volume or the last year's, like this year's assessment roll to start working off to get a figure. Is that correct?
Through the chair, no. I use the actual cost of property taxes. The revenue, property taxes to the city is revenue. It's how much revenue the city needs to maintain the service level or to carry out the budget as directed by council. And then that's the budget. As the assessment has no bearing on the budget. We set the budget. We don't even need to know what the assessment is necessarily. We may choose to consider it because it could be a factor to the taxpayers, but it's not part of the budget. The taxes are simply what is needed to continue to operate the city at the service level defined by council.
Okay, thanks. I don't think I really got my answer the way I was hoping, or I would understand it, but you tried. I thank you. It's been a long night. I'll call it.
I'm going to try to simplify it a little bit for you. Back in the spring, council passed a motion asking staff to base the 2025 budget on the same service levels as we had in 2024. So I understand that staff has looked at the 2025 cost of providing the same services that the city provided in 2024 and are estimating a possible tax levy from that. We haven't made any decision on what that possible tax levy is tonight. We've put that off to perhaps talking about it on December 17th. So come on back, because the show ain't over.
I'll be back, you know that. But you just answered my question.
I was hoping I did.
Because you used your assessment back in the spring when you started it, or your cost you brought in back in the spring off your tax roll. That is the base of what you
keep adding the other things in. I didn't talk about the assessment roll.
Okay, no, you used your cost from the spring of 24. What you brought in the spring of 24? No?
What we spent in 2024. You looked at the services we provided, which had a cost in 2024.
Anyways,
said to staff, bring us back a budget that has the same service level in 2025 as we had in 2024. And that's what they've done. Maybe next time we have a committee of the whole meeting, we'll change the service levels. Maybe we'll cancel a whole bunch of projects and that'll make it cheaper. And that would make the taxes not as expensive.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Oh, Cindy wants.
Councillor Elliott wants to try too.
So at this stage, there is no thought about, or we're not able to figure out what somebody's individual household taxes might be. They're just taking what is the total amount that takes to run our city. They're minusing off non-taxation revenues such as sewer fees, camping revenues, and the difference is the total amount required through property taxes. And so in order to run 2025, the amount of rates or what your house is worth or whatever is used down the road. You divide that total amount by your total assessment value later on, and you'll get a better translation of what that means to the single family household. And so there are, new builds, a whole bunch of other things coming online that also impact that. So you may or may not see a percentage increase on an individual household that's different than the overall amount. But right now we're just dealing with totals, no individual single family stuff.
Oh, I understand that. I
Okay.
understand that. Yeah.
And you wouldn't need to know what, so the tax roll, what it was last year, is it would only be useful if you were trying to estimate a single family household impact. But we're not doing that yet, and it's not part of the draft. So it's not relevant to the total information.
Okay, we'll call it that. Thank you.
I could give you a math lesson if you like.
Thanks for sticking it out right to the end here. So I think everybody's had an opportunity to ask questions. And the next thing we have on our agenda is a motion to go into a closed meeting. Councillor Isaacson.
I move that following adjournment of this regular meeting, council move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under sections 90 part 1, C, labor relations or other employee relations, D, the security of the property of the municipality, and G, litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality.
Seconder, Councillor Alameda. All those in favor of the motion? Any opposed? It's carried unanimously, and now we will take a short break before